Pinellas Board meeting to order. Thank you, everyone, for being here and taking your valuable time to come join us. Welcome, Commissioner Burke. I heard you were stuck in traffic. I'm so glad you're here. All right, so a few housekeeping measures before we get full into our meeting today. We will be taking a break, and maybe more than one as we go forward, because this is looking like it might be a fairly lengthy meeting today. And so if you would please join me in standing for the invocation and the pledge. Commissioner Eggers.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today with humbled hearts to ask you to be with us as we deliberate the business for the residents of Pinellas County and the region. We are grateful for your love, your grace, your forgiveness, and we know that we are in your hands today and throughout the week. Bless these public servants and their families as each tries to do the best for the least of us and for all of us. We thank you for our free nation and an opportunity to remember the freedoms we have and those who have died defending those freedoms. July 4th was a special day for each of us, and to thank you for the celebrations we had with family and friends at home and in our community. Wrap your arms around those in the military here and abroad and those who serve as our first responders. Finally, be with all of your people and give them shelter, food, and security so that everyone has a true opportunity for education, work, and freedoms, and all this country has to offer. We ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. And now if we could have introductions from the board members themselves. Commissioner Floyd, would you like to start us off, please? Yes. Don't forget to turn your mics on.
I'm Councilmember Richie Floyd from District 8, St. Petersburg.
Thank you.
Councilor Chris Burke, City of Seminole, representing the inland communities.
I am Vice Mayor Patty Reed, representing the City of Pinellas Park.
I'm City Council Member John Muhammad from City of St. Petersburg, District 7.
Okay.
Julie Ward-Bajolski, Mayor of the Great City of Dunedin.
Michael Smith, City Commissioner of Largo, Vice Chair of Forward Pinellas.
Dave Eggers, Pinellas County Commission.
Mayor David Will, representing the beach communities.
Gina Driscoll, St. Petersburg City Council, representing PSTA.
Jared Buckman, City Council, City of Oldsmar, representing Tarpon Springs, Safety Harbor, and Oldsmar.
Okay. And I am Commissioner Janet Long, and I'm Chair of Forward Pinellas this year, and I represent the entire county of Pinellas. So next we are going to ask Tina if there are any citizens wishing to be heard on any item that is not already on the agenda for action by the board today.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have David Geddes Jr. here wishing to be heard by the board.
All right, David, please come forward, and you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live at 802 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. 14 years ago, Pinellas County waylaid the residents into filling out a reclaimed water variance application. As applied, the variance is an eminent domain of both of our personal and real property in Statute 15303, Section 5. It allows third parties to levy into the equity of our homes for what's known as a transfer of development rights. The Pinellas County Reclaimed Water Variance application further states that I, the applicant, literally owe my health, my safety, and my religious convictions. The Reclaimed Water Variance is in total disrespect, violating the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, violating Article 1, Section 3 of the Florida Constitution, violating Pinellas County Home Rule Charter, Section 2.02e. The variance implicates both the county and the county and its interlocal private-public partnerships in establishing a state of apartheid against Christianity using water as its weapon of choice. As applied to the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, the variance can be seen as the taking of liberty, property, and life, blasphemous to my religion, vanquishing Christianity as based on Federalist Paper 2 and 52 in a constituted act of attrition, moving Pinellas County forward in an act of demagoguery and sacrilege. Do I think reclaimed water is going to be used as a chemical and biological weapon, as a makeshift gas chamber to be used against the Christians, seen as a clearinghouse mechanism as recognized in Statute 163.3167, Section 11, stemming from as far back as 2007, being that I live in what's known as a ready-to-serve zone. In hindsight, does the Declaration of Independence state that Christianity is on a long train of perfidy and works of death, desolating, destroying Christianity while establishing water despots and tyrants thereof, declaring that they are to be protected by mock trial from any murders that they should commit on the inhabitants of this land, as declared, further declaring themselves deaf to the voice of justice, free to levy war as undistinguished savage insurrectionists, as declared, here to ravage, here to destroy and eat us out of our subsistence, while giving rise to unwarranted water jurisdictions under the 14th Amendment, declaring that mankind, Christianity, is more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable. The hypocrisy regarding our water supply is constitutional in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina, do we have anyone else that wishes to speak?
No, Madam Chair, not under citizens to be heard.
All right, thank you. And now I would like to introduce Whit Blanton, our Executive Director, to introduce two new staff members.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Whit Blanton, Executive Director, and I'm very happy to announce that in the last month we have brought aboard two additional staff members. And I know Emma Winnick is in the back. Emma, can you stand and just wave to everybody? There you go.
Welcome.
And Emma is going to be handling our land use cases, and so she replaces Nasheen Rahman, who you may remember, who did that for several years. And Emma joins us from Manatee County, where she had a few years of experience before coming here, and she lives in St. Petersburg. So welcome, Emma. And then Valerie Brookins. Valerie, you back there? Some of you may remember Valerie from the city
Valerie,
of...
come from behind the post. We can't see you.
From the city of Largo.
There you go.
There you go. Valerie previously worked for Pasco County after the city of Largo, and she joins us in the last month, and she is going to be our new safety program planner. So we're very happy to have Valerie handle that responsibility. She's a principal planner and brings a lot of experience and knowledge of Pinellas County to the position, and I know Chelsea is really happy to have somebody take on the safety work. So Valerie will be managing the new Safe Streets for All grant that we were awarded from the Federal Highway Administration this year, and she'll be working with the jurisdictions that signed on to that grant.
Welcome, Valerie. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I could just add one more. Today we made an offer and it was accepted to Caitlin Neiman, who is the last open position that we have. Caitlin was our intern from USF over the last year. And over the summer, she's been working with a consulting firm in Tampa, and we're happy to welcome her back. And she will take on some of the data mapping and analytical duties that Sandra previously had before she retired. So.
Excellent. Okay. And now we are on the consent agenda. Are there any board members who wish to pull any items from consent today? Anyone? No?
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Tina, are there any members of the visitors here who would like to speak to this issue?
No, Madam Chair, there's not.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the item. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And now we have our first public hearing item, which are the proposed amendments to the FY 2022-23 to 2026-27 Transportation Improvement Plan, and that's going to be covered by our Jensen Hackett, or from the Florida Department of Transportation. Thank you, Jensen. Yes, we are claiming you too.
Partially. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. So I do have a summer sale for you today. We just have one amendment, so it's going to be really quick to get to the rest of your board items today. The project is number 440247-1 to be amended into your Transportation Improvement Program. This is for the addition of funds for the design phase of a resurfacing project along Roosevelt Boulevard from US 19 to 49th Street North. This project is included as a project in your new fiscal 24 through fiscal 28 TIP that you're about to adopt next in your agenda. However, this amendment is to include the design phase of this project into the current fiscal 23 through fiscal 27 TIP in order to receive federal authorization of the design funds later this month. Your current TIP is recognized by FHWA through September 30th of this year, and the new TIP won't be recognized by them until October 1st, hence the need for this amendment into your current TIP. This amendment will not affect any other projects that are within your current Forward Pinellas TIP, and I will need a motion and a vote on this, but I can answer any questions about this project that you may have at this time.
Any questions for Jensen? Anybody? No questions? Wow, imagine that. Then may I have a motion and a second?
Commissioner Smith, motion approved.
We have a motion and a second to improve the amendment to the TIP. I'm sorry, I just had a little mental vacation there. And it's a roll call vote. So
Yes,
Gino?
Madam Chair, and there's also no citizens wishing to be heard on this item.
Okay. Would you like to take a seat for 1 minute while our person comes forward, Tina?
No, there is nobody wishing to speak on this
Oh, I
item.
thought you said
No,
there was.
No,
I'm
there's
so
none.
sorry, Jensen. Please forgive me.
May I proceed with the roll call, Madam Chair?
Yes, absolutely.
Councilmember Jared Buckman,
Yes.
Councilmember Driscoll,
Yes.
Mayor Will,
Yes.
Commissioner Eggers, Commissioner Smith, Mayor Bujalski,
Aye.
Councilmember Muhammad,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reed,
Yes.
Councilor Burke,
Yes.
Councilmember Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Long.
Yes,
That motion carries.
excellent. All right, and now we have item 6B, which is the adoption of the FY 2023-24 to FY 2027 to 2028 Transportation Improvement Program, and that will be presented by Ariane Martins.
As Ariane is coming up here, I would just like to remind the board members that there's a couple of things that you do every year that are about the most important things for an MPO to take responsibility for, and the Transportation Improvement Program is one of those. This is the result of your adoption of transportation priorities in prior years, and it feeds into the Department of Transportation's draft tentative work program, which is then incorporated following the legislative session and the budget into our adopted TIP. This is kind of the neat thing about MPOs and state departments of transportation and the Federal Highway Administration. If there's ever a disagreement on a transportation project, then the TIP is our ability to leverage our political will to get a project done. It's also an opportunity that if we don't agree with a project that is being introduced to Pinellas County, we can take it out of the TIP. So this is an incredibly important document. And we've had a number of transformative projects that have been working their way through the work program in the last several years, and they are now coming to fruition. They're getting built. They are about to be getting built. And the thing that I fall back on when I talk to people in the public and in local governments, this board has voted on those projects, in some cases 9, 10, 12 times, because they've been in your TIP every year. And it is a commitment of your resources, your time, your political energy, your attention. And it typically takes longer than 1 or 2 election cycles to get these projects through to fruition. So it's really important that we stay with the consistency of the work program that we're working collaboratively to deliver with our partners. And I just want to say that because we've endured some trials in the last year in getting our projects to fruition, and it takes time. And sometimes we just have to plead that we stay the course. So with that bit of an introduction, I'll turn it over to Ariane.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Ariane Martins, and I'll be presenting the annual adoption of the Transportation Improvement Program. The Transportation Improvement Program, it is a document that is required by federal law to be updated every year. Usually this document follows a timeline where in the beginning of the year, around January, Florida Department of Transportation provides a tentative work program. By April, this work program is typically finalized, and around May, June, but in this year's case, July, along with the MPO priority list, the Transportation Improvement Program, the annual update is approved. Around towards the end of the year, around October, we provide a follow-up update where we include various local government projects. In today's presentation, I'll focus mainly on the annual adoption. What is included in the TIP document? The MPO priority list, which include the multimodal priority list, the Transportation Alternatives Priority List, the Suncoast Transportation Planning Alliance Regional Priority List, and the Tampa Bay Transportation Management Area Priority List. Furthermore, the PSTA work program is included in the TIP, as well as the FDOT 5-year work program, which will be the main highlight of this presentation. In your packet, you can see that you'll find a map as well summary tables that include project numbers, location, project descriptions, as well as status of each of these projects. You can also find these projects in dashboards that you've seen here, and here's a link where you can have access to these projects. There's going to be more information regarding each and every project that is included in the packet. For this section of the presentation, I'll give a summary as well as project highlights of the FDOT work program. Just for a summary, there have been 25 new projects that have been added into the work program. 16 projects have been completed and completely removed from the work program. 16 projects have changed, 6 have advanced. For example, a project have advanced in status from preliminary to construction, just an example, and 10 progress normally. So for the project highlights, starting with the table 2 regarding pedestrian bicycle projects, the main highlights are 4th Street North from Gandhi Boulevard to Big Island Gap Bridge is currently in preliminary engineering. Old Mountain Road from Fountain Parkway to Interstate 275 is currently in preliminary engineering. The third item is Pinellas Trail Loop from Ultimate Road to Bel Air Road is currently in preliminary engineering and is scheduled to be in construction in 2024. For more of these projects, 118 Avenue North from Belcher Road to 62nd Street Avenue, it is scheduled to be in preliminary engineering in 2024 and is also scheduled to be in construction in 2025. For 46th Street North from 38th Avenue North to 54th Avenue North is scheduled to be in preliminary engineering in 2028. Finally, the Pinellas Trail Loop from St. Martin Boulevard to Macomber Drive is scheduled to be in preliminary engineering between 2024 to 2025. For the first table along the roadway project, the main highlights are US 19 from Northside Drive to North County Road. It is currently in preliminary engineering and is scheduled to be in construction. The second item, the US 19 from 66 Avenue North from 66 Avenue to 118 Avenue is scheduled it's currently in preliminary engineering and is scheduled to be in right-of-way in 2024. More projects regarding roadway projects. The 4th Street from 34th Avenue North to 94th Avenue North, the construction is currently underway. And 18th Avenue South from west of US 19 to east of 16th Street South is currently in preliminary engineering and is scheduled to be in construction in 2028. For the ATMS and the ITS project is Table 3 in your packets. The main highlight is Skinner from US Alt 19 to the US 19 is scheduled to be in construction in the fiscal year of 2023 and 2024. Finally, the Curlew Road from Honeymoon Park entrance to the US 19 is also scheduled to be in construction in the fiscal year of 2023 to 2024. For today's action item, it will be required for the board to approve the Transportation Improvement Program. If it is approved, this document will be adopted as the official tip and will be transmitted to the federal government for approval. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the tip, but if there's any questions regarding to the project, I have FDOT representation, one of the representatives to answer one of those questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? Anybody? No? You're being so quiet this afternoon. All right then, may I have a motion to approve the annual adoption of the Transportation Improvement Program that Ariana has just gone through for us?
Move approval.
It's been moved and approved.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't get who made the motion in second.
Commissioner Julian was the motion and Commissioner Mohammed seconded it. All right, all those in favor? Do we need a roll call, Tina?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is a roll call vote, and again, there are no citizens wishing to be heard on this matter.
Thank you, and so proceed with the roll call.
Councilmember Buckman?
Yes.
Councilmember Driscoll?
Yes.
Mayor Will?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggers? Commissioner Smith? Mayor Bujalski?
Aye.
Councilmember Muhammad?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reed?
Yes.
Councilor Burke?
Yes.
Councilmember Floyd?
Yes.
And Commissioner Long?
Yes,
That carries unanimously.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you're welcome. Thank you. Now we are on the adoption of FY 2023-24 and FY 27-28, the Transportation Improvement Program. Did we not just, we just did that. I apologize. The annual adoption of the multimodal priority list is the next item.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chelsea. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. All right, so this item is actually going to be taken in two parts because there are two separate priority lists. And so Ariane just presented the 5-year work program that's going into effect this year. These are the priorities that we're going to be that we're going to be setting as an agency for FDOT's consideration when they start beginning to develop the next work program. And we'll get a draft of that at your November meeting in the fall. So this is a priority list that we review annually. You saw this about 3 months ago at your April meeting. Since that time, there's only one slight change to the priority list. As a reminder, the priority list is broken into two sections. You have your off-the-top priorities that are ranked at the highest. Projects that are already under construction or they're already programmed for construction, you'll see those at the top with the letter P for programmed. They're already funded. That's why they are not numbered. And then the projects at the bottom, those are the numbered ones that we'll be submitting to FDOT for funding consideration. Just as a reminder, this is the scoring that we use for the projects. As we receive applications from our local government partners to fund some of their transportation projects, we apply a technical scoring that this board approved back in 2020, where 25% of the points go towards the safety benefits of a project, 22% to equity and health, and you see the rest of the breakdown there. So that just gives a little bit of insight to those projects that you see added to the bottom of the list, how they come up with that order, or how we come up with that order. So 2 projects are being removed from the priority list because they are completed. That's the Sunrunner project and also a couple of sections of Pasadena Avenue from Matthews up to Central in the South Pasadena neighborhood. We have a very long list of newly funded projects, and we are very, very grateful for our partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation. We have never seen this many projects get moved forward on our priority list in a given year. So you'll see a variety of improvements along the Alt 19 corridor, stretching all the way from Dunedin down through the city of Largo and Seminole. We have our Complete Streets project with Pinellas County on 62nd Avenue. That's from 49th Street over to 34th Street. The 18th Avenue South project, that's from our active transportation plan. We're partnering with the city of St. Petersburg to put a protected bicycle facility along that corridor. There's van pool funding. While currently T-BARTA is operating the van pool did exist before T-BARTA, the van pool will exist after T-BARTA. So the funding is in the work program, and over the course of the next year, as T-BARTA kind of winds down, we'll work with the department to figure out who's going to be receiving those funds so that the van pool program can continue. There's also funding for the 4th and Ulmerton Road trail connections that Ariane just highlighted in her presentation, funding for the downtown Clearwater Intermodal Center, and then the Duke Energy Trail crossing at State Road 60 near the Home Depot in that area. So these are all newly funded projects that are coming off the priority list because they're in the work program. We do have a number of new projects to add to the priority list. There is the annual Complete Streets Priority Project that's in downtown St. Petersburg. These are intersection improvements along 1st Avenue South, similar to the image that you see up on the screen. We've also prioritized sidewalk gaps on the state roadway network. We're going to be working with FDOT over the coming months to identify where those gaps are and which ones should go first for construction, because we don't like to see gaps along in our sidewalk network anywhere, let alone on the state highway system. The third bullet there, this is one of the minor changes from the last time that you all reviewed this list, and that's the I-175 PD&E study. So this project, 175, it's a pretty big project. It's a pretty long stretch of road, and it doesn't operate in a silo. It operates as a system. So as a part of the PD&E study, we are recommending that we look into and prioritize the conversion of the 3rd, 4th, and 8th and 9th one-way pairs through downtown St. Petersburg, because again, these all operate as a system. So you may notice on the priority list in your packet that these are broken out separately, and that's why. And then the 3 projects at the bottom there, those were applications from our local governments, 78th Avenue North in Pinellas Park, 22nd Avenue North in St. Petersburg, and Bel Air Road in Pinellas County Roadway. There are some other minor changes to the priority list, and those are highlighted, and they're shaded in gray in your packet. These are all very minor changes, really just updating the status of some of the projects, or breaking some projects like the I-275 managed lanes into phases, and then updating some project descriptions. So today we're seeking a motion to approve the transportation priority list, and after this meeting, we will transmit it to FDOT for consideration in the next work program cycle. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the board? Anyone? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Real quickly, the 580 corridor study, is that from Alt 19 all the way to Tampa Road?
Yes.
Hillsborough Avenue?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the entire duration through Pinellas County.
Okay, so that study is going to be underway. And then the other question I had is, did you get some details from the county on Bel Air Road and what's involved in that project?
Not at this point. I don't have any of that information at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? For the good of the order, Commissioner or Mayor Bajowski.
I just want to know if we have a timeline for the study's completion.
Which one, the 580? I believe FDOT is wrapping that one up right now. I would defer to the department. They're nodding their heads. It's in the process of being wrapped up, and we should have some recommendations coming from that soon.
Hopefully before the end of the year, we think. I see nodding heads. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board members?
Go ahead.
I have a question, Chelsea. Because there's so many items on the list, and you alluded to that, what's the time frame that you anticipate it will take to get all those things done?
So the long list that I noted that have been funded, those are all funded within the next 5 years. So within the next 5 years, those will either be completed or under construction. All of the unfunded priorities, that one's a little bit more of a guessing game. We're hoping to get them advanced as quickly as possible. However, one thing that we are doing as an agency to help mitigate that is when we release our call for projects to our local governments, we are not releasing a call for projects for the multimodal priority list this year, so that we have a little time to try to work through these projects before adding more to the list.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so no more questions?
I have one comment I'd like to make.
Mr. Witt has one more comment he would like to make.
Just one comment. Chelsea covered a couple of the three of the priorities from the Downtown St. Pete Mobility Study, the 175 Project Development Environmental Study. I wanted to say the whole thing and not just go with the acronym. That is to look at various alternatives for the 175 corridor, including a viaduct, including a no-build, and including a boulevard concept. The city of St. Petersburg, I just wanted to remind everybody, has asked that we submit our priority list to the department with a sense of urgency to request that PD&E be funded as soon as practical and not at the end of the 5-year program, because they are timing that with the redevelopment of the historic gas plant. So if the board is willing to include that in our letter to the department, I think the city of St. Petersburg would appreciate that, and I would request that be part of the motion.
All right. Tina, is there anyone that wants to speak of this issue, or?
No, Matt.
No?
David Geddes.
On this issue, David?
Please, Madam Chair. David Ballard Geddes Jr., 802 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. They just recently installed a roundabout in Palm Harbor, Florida Avenue and alternate 19. That roundabout is an unnecessary appendage stuck in the middle of our roadway. It's causing accidents. The Publix delivery truck lost 2 tires on it the other day. And another woman who lives locally, who hadn't had a traffic accident in 40 years, popped all 4 tires driving over the top of it. We have money that's being appropriated for unnecessary projects, whereas other road issues such as overpasses on US 19 that should have been in place 25 years ago, clear through Weeki Wachee, are being neglected in light of sticking roundabouts in on alternate 19. It slows down emergency vehicles, it slows down police from getting to where they need to be, and I believe it's a misappropriation of money. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. All right, board, are we ready to have a motion, please, and a second to adopt the multimodal priority list? Anybody?
Move approval with that caveat that Whit mentioned earlier.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and approved with the amendment to the letter that Whit has spoken about. All in favor? Oh, and this is a roll call vote, I do believe.
No, Madam Chair, it's not a roll call.
Oh,
It
it's
is?
not? Oh,
My apologies.
okay then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Chelsea.
All right, and there's a second part to this presentation. So Dan, can you pull up the last presentation? There were more slides to it.
We're on 6C2.
Yep. All right. There we go. There's a second part to this one. So the second priority list in your packet is for the Transportation Alternatives Program. Typically, we don't like to have multiple priority lists floating around because we want to keep our priorities very well defined. However, this is a special program through the Federal Highway Administration that focuses specifically on bicycle and pedestrian projects. It's not a very large pot of money, so that's why we keep this one separate, and we have some limitations around the program. Those limitations include a minimum project award because it takes a lot of time to process some of these projects. We want to make sure that we're not spending, a couple $100,000 processing a project that might only cost $50,000. So we do have a minimum award, and then we also have a maximum award because it is a smaller pot of funding. If we were to put a $7 or $8 million project on this list, no other projects would be able to be advanced for a number of years. We do limit the submittals to 3 per jurisdiction, and then we have some prerequisites to ensure that if we are to prioritize a project, it will actually move forward within a timely manner. So this is another one where we've had a lot of success this past year. We've had 3 of our priorities funded in the FDOT work program. Those include sidewalks along 46th Street in the Lellman community, separated bike lanes along 6th Street in downtown St. Petersburg, and then also separated bike lanes along 28th Street South in St. Petersburg near the Grand Central District. And after we released a call for projects, we received 5 applications from our local government partners. We typically like to keep the TA list fairly short and focused to make sure that the projects don't go stale. However, there is some rumblings of additional funding coming out of the federal infrastructure law, and these were all very worthy projects, so staff is recommending that we add all 5 of these projects to the priority list at this time. This includes the Pinellas Trail Neighborhood Connections through the city of St. Petersburg, the Sunset Beach Connector up in Tarpon Springs, linking the Howard Causeway through Klosterman Road, Diston Avenue, complete streets. This is sidewalks and intersection improvements through Tarpon Springs, the 26th Avenue South Trail in South St. Petersburg, and then crossing improvements through the Grand Central District, also in St. Petersburg. So again, we're seeking a recommendation or a motion to approve the Transportation Alternatives Priorities List, and after this meeting, we'll submit them to FDOT for consideration as they develop the next 5-year work program. Any questions?
Tina, are there any citizens who wish to speak to this issue?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Okay. So, may I have a motion and a second to approve the Transportation Alternatives Program Priority List?
Move approval.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passed unanimously. All right, now we will move to the Pinellas Planning Council portion of the agenda today. And this is how this part will be conducted. I will first ask Forward Pinellas staff to present the items. Hello, Rodney.
Hi.
Applicant local governments are available for questions as needed. Once each presentation is given, I will then ask proponents of the proposal to speak, then the opponents, and finally, any other citizens who wish to comment or ask questions on the case. We will then hear rebuttal by the applicant as necessary and a staff response or summary. At that time, the board will ask questions, and then I will close the public hearing, and the board will deliberate and take action. So, Rodney Chapman, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Rodney Chapman, Planning Division Manager here with Fort Pinellas. This afternoon, we have 3 cases for your review and consideration. The first has been submitted to us by the City of Pinellas Park. This is for a property on US 19 that is a little less than 13 acres in size, and the request is to change the designation from retail and services to employment. And the purpose of this request is to allow for the addition of outdoor storage to the property in addition to the existing use as general warehouse. You'll see from these 2 maps the general location of the subject property to the left, as well as the jurisdiction of the subject property and surrounding areas on the map to the right. The areas in purple are under the jurisdiction of the City of Pinellas Park, and the areas in pink are under the jurisdiction of unincorporated Pinellas County. The surrounding uses are a mix of industrial and outdoor storage to the north. There is professional office to the south, some retail uses across 49th Street to the east, and pockets of residential across US 19 to the west. This slide shows a aerial of this amendment area as well as a street view, and you can see the building itself behind those pine trees on the photograph to the right. And if approved, this action would amend the countywide plan map from retail and services, which is shown in red, to employment in purple. So in closing, we have determined that the surrounding area is consistent with the locational characteristics for the employment category. The general warehouse and outdoor storage is permitted in this category and would not adversely affect surrounding properties. And we also noted that this amendment would increase the amount of employment designated land, which increases the potential for future target employment job opportunities. Our Planners Advisory Committee recommended approval, and our staff recommendation is to approve this amendment as well. Are there any questions?
All right. Any questions for the proposal? Commissioner Eggers.
Just for clarification, so we're changing that red area into purple, which would allow this storage.
Yes.
To be on the facility. It has no, in other words, when we do this, that the warehouse facility could be at risk.
No, because the warehouse is also a permitted use. They want to add the outdoor storage and maintain the existing general warehouse use.
They want to right now, but they don't have to. They could do all storage.
Yes.
And these are some of the concerns that we have, I think, with warehouse space in general throughout the county, as it gets, threatened by changes that have been dictated by the state, number one, and land costs for residential has gone through the roof, so it makes it more attractive for investors to consider a change. I just think something we have to be carefully alert to, and I'm glad to hear that their plan now is to keep it. But once we do this, that control piece goes away, and again, it's their property, and I get it. I just think that the warehouse space that we have is a true of importance to us as we search for higher paying jobs for the residents of this county.
Absolutely. Pinellas Park staff is here if they want to add any additional clarification to your question.
That'd be great if they could just maybe speak to that. The plans for the owner, if you will.
Thank you, Rodney. Derek Reeves, Long Range Planning Manager for the City of Pinellas Park. To your question, Commissioner, the current zoning on the property is CH. It's heavy commercial in the City of Pinellas Park. That is a kind of a mix between our commercial and industrial areas. So the fact that it's kind of a warehouse space now doesn't mean it would be used for that under the current zoning. This land use amendment also facilitates a rezoning to our light industrial zoning category, which would actually incentivize the use of the structure for industrial use going forward.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the proponent side? How about anyone opposing this recommendation?
Madam Chair, there are no opponents, proponents, or other citizens wishing to be heard on this item.
Okay, then. So may I have a motion to approve the City of Pinellas Park's recommendation for the land use issues that we have heard Rodney speak about today?
Move approval of the case CW 23-05.
May I have a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. And now we will move to case number 6D2 and the case numbers 2306, City of Tarpon Springs. Rodney?
Thank you. Again, this request is submitted to us by the City of Tarpon Springs. It's a little over 1 acre in size on Dixie Highway, which is north of the Anclote River in the City of Tarpon Springs. The current designation of the property is residential medium, and they propose to amend the countywide plan map to public, semi-public. And the purpose behind this request is to resolve an inconsistency between the existing uses on the property and the future land use map category. Currently, the existing property is used by the City of Tarpon Springs Utilities Department and has a series of permanent and portable buildings on site, as well as a water injection well and sewer lift station. And this request would resolve that inconsistency between those uses and the land use category. This slide shows the general location of the subject property, as well as the triangular piece there on the map to the right, showing you the jurisdiction within the City of Tarpon Springs and the adjacency of property that is under the jurisdiction of unincorporated Pinellas County. The surrounding uses are a series of wetlands, a residential subdivision to the east, some commercial to the west across Alt 19, as well as some institutional and industrial uses further to the west. This slide shows you an aerial of the area showing some of the existing buildings on the site. And if approved, this amendment would change the designation, as you see on this slide, from residential medium in orange to public, semi-public in blue. One of the other things that we look at for properties of this nature that are within the coastal high hazard area is a series of 9 balancing criteria. And again, the intent is to guide map amendments and support those that that we find have met some of these 9 criteria. And in this case, those criteria with a check, so the first 4 of the 9, we have found a positive finding in terms of utilizing existing and planned infrastructure, utilizing existing disturbed areas. There would be an overall reduction of density with this application, and it is part of a city-initiated planning process. So based on our findings, we have determined that this use is consistent with the locational characteristics of the public, semi-public category, and the use is supported as well by that category. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this action would correct an inconsistency between the existing uses and the future land use category. The Planners Advisory Committee did recommend approval, and our staff recommendation is to approve this action as well. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Smith.
Curiosity, it said public comments opposing were heard. What were some of those?
It's my understanding that there was one gentleman who lived in the vicinity, and he had an objection based on the belief that there would be additional improvements being done as part of this action.
Was his concerns addressed at that meeting?
We have Tarpon Springs staff, and they can speak to that question.
Good afternoon, Alec Keene. I'm the senior planner at the City of Tarpon Springs. The letter that was provided at the time of the first public hearing locally was from an adjacent property owner. I'm not sure of his residence location. He was an objection of, again, future improvements to the site. At this time, there are no proposed improvements. In the future, most site plans require a public hearing process in Tarpon Springs, so there would be public notice provided to the applicant and the individual that was in objection.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. Are there any opponents? Tina, any opponents?
Madam Chair, there are no opponents, proponents, or citizens wishing to be heard on this matter.
Okay. Any other members of the board have any questions or concerns? Anybody?
Move approval.
It's been moved. Do we have a second? Second. Been moved and seconded that we accept the recommendations of the staff and Rodney and the Forward Pinellas folks. So all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or concerns that we have at the moment before we move to the next one? All right, now we'll do, and you're doing this one as well, I see.
Yes, ma'am. The
Item
third of 3.
3. Well, you're on a roll. Let's not mess it up now.
All right, bear with me because this case is a little bit different, so I'll be providing a little bit more context because it does deal with the master plan for the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. And we do have county staff as well as the airport director here today to answer any detailed questions that you may have, because I'm not that familiar with the 398-page airport master plan.
How many pages?
It was around 398 pages, but I did go through all of them. Okay, so this request, again, is submitted to us by Pinellas County. It's for 18.5 acres of the site was known as Airco, which is 126.9 acres. It's a former golf course that was closed in 2011. The existing designations are employment, target employment center, and no designation, and the action would change the countywide plan map to public, semi-public, and target employment center. The purpose behind this request is to allow for the construction of a new airport taxiway that would provide access to future aviation uses, which are consistent with the aforementioned airport master plan. So just a little bit of context, the FAA and FDOT require that airports periodically update their master plans. The current master plan for the airport was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners back in 2020. Within that lengthy document, there are several improvements over the 20-year planning period that were noted to ensure that the airport can accommodate their existing and projected growth over that planning horizon. The amendment area, again, is 18.5 acres and is adjacent to runway 4-22, and I'll show you where that is on subsequent slides. Part of the master plan included a identification of areas around the airport property that could be suited for future redevelopment, and they were broken into these 5 areas that you see here. For the purposes of orientation, north is to the right, and you see the runways and the airport terminal, and the subject property is in this area, and there's a green buffer area, and Feather Sound is over here. This graphic shows you the subject area in this magenta color, as well as the proposed location of the new airport taxiway and service road. This is seen as a somewhat of a catalytic project in that the master plan includes a development concept for the area adjacent to this new taxiway, and it includes a series of maintenance buildings you see here for future maintenance needs, as well as a series of small flex buildings that could house aviation-related uses. So again, I think we're all familiar with the location of the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. You can see the amendment area is wholly within the jurisdiction of unincorporated Pinellas County. Again, the surrounding uses are preservation area immediately to the east of the subject property. There's some residential to the east of that. There are retail and hotel uses to the south along Almerton Road, and you see the general location of the airport. Again, the location of runway 4-22 and the additional runway shown here. Again, just some other photographs of the amendment area, both an aerial and a street view. And again, if approved, this action would amend the countywide plan map to public, semi-public, to allow for the construction of the airport taxiway. Again, just like with the Tarpon Springs case, this subject property is in the CHHA, and we've had an analysis done for these balancing criteria and came to the same conclusions as we did with the prior case. So again, our staff recommendation is based on these findings, which include that the surrounding area is consistent with those locational characteristics. The public, semi-public category, and the target employment center overlay are appropriate for the proposed use of the property. And even though this amendment involves the conversion of some employment designated land, as I mentioned earlier, the airport master plan does include a future development concept that includes about 80 acres for aviation-related development, as well as another 45 acres for compatible non-aeronautical uses. The Planners Advisory Committee recommended approval, and our staff recommendation is to approve this request as well. Are there any questions?
Questions from the board? Commissioner Burke.
Can you go back to the slide where you have the proposed future aircraft buildings? All right, and then can you show us again on that slide where this proposal, what it affects?
So the new taxiway sort of runs in that general configuration. So, yep, there.
Okay, and at the top of that picture is the main runway?
So runway 4-22 is here, and then the other, I think it's 18-36 runs.
And can you tell from that picture where the current taxiways take the aircraft?
probably a question for the airport director, if he doesn't mind coming up.
Tom, come on up and chat. Welcome.
Welcome. Tom Jusberg, Executive Director for the St. Pete Clearwater Airport. You did a heck of a job, so if you're looking for employment, let me know. You did great. Yes, I can show you. Actually, right now the perimeter of the airport runs right here, so we're extending the taxiway into this area. So it's just that linear portion. Well, currently it's taxiing. This does not exist, so the new taxiway would come over here and connect to here. This is all future. So, and this is just conceptual right now. It's not until we get a master developer, so we know the configuration. But this is all, sorry. This is all part of, as explained before, the airport's master plan, as well as the environmental assessment that was completed by the FAA. This is also part of the Gateway master plan. And we've already accepted grants to go ahead and support it. We're completing design and go into construction, hopefully with the approval of this rezoning later this year.
Just trying to get oriented where the terminal is. I'm not following where the terminal is right now. There, that's better. Okay.
Okay, again, this is north. This is an area of Feather Sound, which is, we call it noise-sensitive community. It was about 11 years ago that we actually, when we rezoned a portion of this, when it used to be a commercial golf course, we rezoned it for future development. We made the commitment to Feather Sound that we would protect this land here as a buffer area for concerns with noise, with understanding that we will go ahead and in the future develop that land.
Okay. That's the heart of my question, is where will the noise be in relation to the residences? And
yes, and when we conducted the master plan and also the environmental assessment, it took a look at noise issues. What would be those impacts, if any? And they were minimal, if not even measurable.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Let him off easy, didn't they?
What?
I said they let him off easy.
I'll say, if they only knew how many conversations we've had on that same issue, right, Commissioner?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So Tina, do we have proponents and opponents that we need to hear from?
No, Madam Chair, there are no opponents, proponents, or citizens to be heard on this case.
And no more further questions from the board? No? Look at that, Rodney. So
Move approval.
we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, good job, Rodney. All right, now we will have, do we have another section for citizens to be heard? No?
No, Madam Chair, we do have one more public hearing item today.
Is that the amendment to the countywide plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how about, oh, there you are.
Good afternoon, everyone.
You beat me to it. Please proceed.
Great. Jared Austin, Principal Planner here with Ford Pinellas, and I'll be walking through first couple items included in the countywide plan update, starting with the target employment and industrial land study changes. So as I always open up my presentations on TEALS, as we all know, Pinellas County is a redeveloping county. That is a very fancy way of saying that we have limited land countywide for new developments, and those vacant lands that we do have available, specifically that fall within our more industrial employment categories, are really critical to the continued economic vitality of our county moving forward. This is not a new revelation. This is something that was recognized back in 2005 as part of the Pinellas by Design work, which then later fed into the original 2008 Target Employment and Industrial Land Studies, which came up with the designation of what we call our target employment centers. And that's what you see in these purple hatched areas on the map over there to the right. And these target employment centers have been pretty effective in terms of seeing a continued resurgence of industrial and office space countywide since the 2008 recession. However, as those areas have continued to develop over time, there have been some challenges associated with these target employment centers. One is that they are quite restrictive in terms of what they allow and do not allow to be facilitated on these sites. And they have kind of a one-size-fits-all approach, meaning that whether we're talking about an industrial parcel housing warehouse space in Joe's Creek Industrial Park, or whether we're talking about Jable, these existing land policies basically treat them as equals. And so moving forward, and what came out of the Target Employment Industrial Land Study update that we spent the past year and some change kind of going over, was that we need to move away from that kind of one-size-fits-all approach. And that's sort of what this map here is kind of visually trying to get across, showing that we really do need to take kind of a more subcategorization approach towards our target employment centers throughout the county, getting off that one-size-fits-all and allowing greater flexibility to really allow the target employment redevelopment that we want to see here continue to remain regionally competitive. And so just an overview of some of the target employment center subcategories that we're looking to adopt. At the top there, we have target employment center urban. This is really target employment centers designed for more of our Class A office-oriented target employers who really want to be in more of that downtown setting. At that image on the bottom right, we have a conceptual of Orange Station. That's really kind of a prime example of what we're talking about here, where we have that Class A office on the ground floor and then the residential above. We have the Target Employment Center suburban office category. Again, very similar to the Target Employment Center urban, but these are often more of the Class A office-oriented users that want to be in that more campus-style environment. Again, they want the commercial and the retail to be incorporated in their design plans, but just in more of a campus-style fashion. Then we have the Target Employment Center suburban industrial. These are what we think of when we think of those traditional manufacturing and industrial uses, typically heavy in industry, and also really tend to benefit from the county's employee sites program, which kind of helps to continue to allow the existing target employers we have in those categories to really remain in our county and even expand. And then finally, we have the Target Employment Center local category, and this is really designed for those areas that they have the industrial and warehouse space needs, but they really want to utilize it for something maybe that's integrated with target employment or is maybe not as a target employment driven and has in the past been a bit hindered by some of the county's policies. So prime example of this would be some areas like the Warehouse Arts District in St. Petersburg, as well as some of the areas in the Joe's Creek Industrial Park. So there's a lot on this slide, but really what's most important here is that information that you see underlined in green at the bottom, which is that given the work that's gone into the TEALS update and the fact that in some instances we're even looking to potentially expand some of our existing target employment centers, the county's approach moving forward towards office, employment, and industrial categories outside of those target employment centers will be much less restrictive. And so one thing I didn't mention earlier is that even though as a result of the original 2008 TEALS study, the county had a very restrictive approach towards industrial properties and employment properties within those target employment centers, we also really have the same approach towards all employment and industrial throughout the county, even those that really were not so much suited for target employment purposes. So just before I get into some of the more incentives associated with what we're looking to propose, do just want to give a brief overview of floor area ratio and what that means, because it is kind of central to some of the incentives we'll be offering moving forward. So this is showing a development at a floor, each one of these has a floor area ratio of a 1.0. If you were to have a development take up 100% of the lot that it sits on, like what you see in that drawing all the way on the left, it would basically be allowed to develop up to 1 story. If you had that same development take up half of the lot that it sits on, it could go up 2 stories. And if it only took up a quarter of the lot that it sits on, it could go up 4 stories. So still just kind of offering an intensity standard that's not just strictly tied to units per acre. So moving forward, for the Target Employment Center urban category, we are continuing that 100% intensity bonus for office research and development uses. We are upping the maximum floor area ratio allowed to an 8.0. And additionally, for properties that are 15,000 square feet or greater, Class A office would not count towards the maximum allowable floor area ratio. So again, looking at that Orange Station example, under the new existing policies, that Class A office that you see there on the bottom would actually not count towards that maximum allowable FAR, kind of allowing the developers to have that incentive to be able to both provide the target employment as well as some additional mix of uses. And the only thing we would require here is that the additional uses outside of target employment be built concurrently with the target employment uses. And then down there at the bottom, I just have some associated target employment typologies associated with TEC Urban. And so here we're looking at business services, financial services, IT, and so on. For Target Employment Center Suburban Office, again, very similar to what we're proposing with Target Employment Center Urban. Again, 100% intensity bonus for manufacturing, office, and research and development uses. Maximum floor area ratio of a 5.0. And here for properties 25,000 square feet or greater, the Class A office would not count towards the maximum allowable FAR. And again, here allowing that commercial, retail, and residential flexibility as long as it's done concurrently with target employment uses. And then, just as I listed previously, some of the associated target employment typologies. Next, we have the suburban industrial, again, that more traditional manufacturing associated target employment centers. Here we will be proposing 100% intensity bonus for the manufacturing, office, and research and development uses with a maximum floor area ratio of a 3.0. Again, because these typically tend to be more horizontal developments. Here would be for properties 25,000 square feet or greater, industrial manufacturing space would not count towards the maximum allowable FAR. And here we would allow commercial flexibility done concurrently with the target employment uses, but really the residential flexibility is probably not as appropriate. And then some of the associated target employment that we would have for this would be med tech, life and marine sciences, microelectronics manufacturing, and then aviation, aerospace, and defense. Now the final category here, and I have a lot of different criteria, looks a bit exhaustive. It's really not meant to be super burdensome for our local governments, but it's for the Target Employment Center local category. These are areas where we really want to allow the greatest level of flexibility for the local governments where these Target Employment Centers reside. We just want there to be some sort of special area plan that is guided by that criteria listed there. Just so when that growth and redevelopment occurs, we're not having arbitrary conversions of industrial land that don't make sense within a broader vision for that area. And again, not meant to be something that's super burdensome on the local governments. For instance, City of St. Petersburg has already done a lot of work around some of their transit-oriented development work, some of which does encompass the Warehouse Arts District. And so we want to actually have that count towards that special area plan criteria so that they're not having to go through additional regulatory steps to really allow some of what they want to come online in the Warehouse Arts District be hindered again by any additional burdensome regulation. And so this is a new item here that I haven't touched on in previous presentations, and this is the submap that will actually will be in the countywide plan and will reflect these subcategories. You're probably wondering why some of those proposed target employment centers aren't on that map, and that's just because we cannot mandate those new target employment centers. They have to be locally initiated through what we call a Tier 2 process, and that just means, similar to how Rodney came up here prior and was going through those land use cases, that just means they will have to come to our board through you all to be approved once those parcel boundaries have been specified by the local governments. But what this submap allows us to do is for those target employment centers that are already in existence, those boundaries that already exist, when the local governments are ready to basically adopt one of these subcategories and start taking advantage of some of the incentives that I've walked through here today, we can handle that administratively, or what we call a Tier 1 process, so that it gets added to this map and they can begin taking advantage of those benefits. And that's something that we already do similar with the activity centers. And finally, just some housekeeping items associated with this. We will be adding definitions of what we mean when we talk about Class A office, target employment, Target industries and average wages, seems menial, but it is things that we get questioned about quite frequently. And then also incorporating the specific NAICS codes for all target industry clusters. So when I was talking about business services, financial services, med tech, we have specific NAICS codes associated with those so that there's really limited gray area in terms of the industries that we're talking about. So with that, happy to take any questions you may have on the target employment and industrial land study related changes.
Questions, anybody? Commissioner
One
Edwards.
quick question. So if you have industrial land that's not in these areas, the flexibility from the countywide plan is it's a lot better in terms of being able to convert those industrial lands to other uses.
Correct. Basically, we'll leave it up to, the local governments in terms of what developments they'd like to see there. And that's kind of in keeping with some of the Senate Bill 962 legislation that had come through while we were doing this work. If there's affordable housing projects that they think would be suitable for those or some other projects, we would be okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Driscoll.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Regarding the special area plan.
Yes.
I appreciate that you're trying to not make it too cumbersome for local governments and you gave the example of our transit-oriented development study lending to that. So thinking about what's in that right now, how much more would we have to do to complete the requirements for the special area plan?
So in terms of for the areas of the Warehouse Arts District that are already picked up by the TOD work that's been done in the city of St. Petersburg, when the city of St. Pete is ready to come to us and say, hey, we want the portions of Warehouse Arts District that are picked up by this plan to be under the TEC local category, they would come to us through our Tier 1 amendment process, and it would essentially be handled administratively. But I see Rodney wants to come in.
Additional details in addition to what Jared said, we have been meeting pretty much every other week with Liz and Derek to talk about 22nd Street South, 32nd Street South, and Warehouse Arts District. So the timeline, and I was going to get to this in my budget presentation, but I'll give you a little preview. The timeline that we feel is doable is to bring those amendments to this board by January. So essentially taking the meat of the TOD study for those two station areas, that becomes a special area plan for the city of St. Pete. For the Warehouse Arts District, Liz has indicated that she has put a budget request in to put together that special area planning document, and that process could take anywhere between 6 and 9 months. So again, it's not as quick as we all would like it, but she understands there's some details that need to be worked out through a comprehensive planning process, and we feel confident that we can make all these things come together relatively quickly.
Okay. And under the special area plan criteria with the list of things that are required, a lot of that really it's already in place.
Absolutely. And what the city has been doing in the meantime is they've, for example, held 2 community charrettes. So on June 21st and 28th, Jared and I were there for those community engagement activities to further clarify what the vision is for the Warehouse Arts District. So again, we just want to make you aware that we're working in lockstep with the St. Pete staff to make sure that we can bring these things forward as quickly as possible.
So it sounds like, with this one as an example still, that that you all are really helping to guide and make sure that there isn't something that someone misses and then holds it up, because we really do want to move forward with some things.
Yes.
And, when there's new requirements, that my first thought is more delay. And it sounds like none of us wants that.
Absolutely, and we're sensitive to that, and we actually reviewed a draft of these requirements with Liz and Derek, and they were fine with the content for that special area plan.
All right, and then would the Sunrunner Rising study be another example of something that you can draw from, when creating a special area plan.
Yes.
Seems that that would be another great resource.
Yes, as well as the Grand Central District Master Plan update that is underway as well,
Okay.
so.
Great, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay.
Mayor Bajowski.
Can you go back a couple of slides to those requirements that Councilmember Driscoll was referring to?
Yes.
Are there other cities that have proposed employment center, employment centers that have not completed this?
Yes, so actually, I'll use the county with Lellman as an example. The Lellman CRA recently approved to budget some funds for a master planning effort that would meet this criteria as part of them being one of the areas that was picked up within the local target employment center category. And then there's another one that is proposed in the city of Tarpon Springs, but that one, I don't think staff has indicated that they're looking to move forward with anything just yet.
So when you say a master plan, is that the district master plan that you show there?
Yeah, it's just basically, that's kind of a more general term, but basically some kind of overriding document. And we've shared this information with the county as well as sort of we just need in that master planning document kind of the information that you see there in that criteria documented in some fashion that just allows us to support the vision for that area within that local category so that if there are any changes to those industrial lands, they make sense within the broader context.
It just sounds like a lot. When you look at that, it sounds like a lot.
Right, well, I would just say currently, the existing policies would not allow any of those changes to take place at all. And so while it does seem like a lot, it's not looking to be an exhaustive process. We just need this information documented when they come forth with their submittals so that we can move forward with those in a way that makes sense for those areas.
Okay, and so the note you have at the bottom says for those areas with an adopted target employment center,
Yes.
local category, and no corresponding local SAP.
Yes.
The local will provide a 100% intensity bonus for these things and will be subject to the conversion criteria standards. So are you saying that the local doesn't have any alternative to that? They have to go with this and or?
So what is actually there in that italicized language is what we already allow. That's the existing policy for target employment centers. So basically that's just a fancy way of saying if there is no special area plan adopted, we would treat those TEC locals how we treat target employment centers right now, which is if it's not a use that falls in within manufacturing, office, or research and development, we would deny that land use change.
So the word will means you must.
Essentially, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure I was clear. Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Smith.
These proposed changes did they come from the Teals subcommittee? Or where did these changes originate from?
Yeah, so the proposed changes in terms of the subcategorization, the flexibility, it was basically throughout the entire Teals process, including with input from our Teals subcommittee, which consisted of local elected officials, folks from the private sector, target employers themselves, as well as local staff, some of whom are here today.
And is this being voted on tonight or today? Okay. What time did we give cities to review this?
They've been pretty much incorporated throughout the process. We've met with every impacted local government one-on-one several times. They've been a part of a number of local meetings that we've had. Yeah.
What were their feelings on this one?
They were supportive. We've had everyone we've spoken with has been supportive. A lot of the feedback that we've gotten from them as well, we have incorporated in the proposed changes. So I would say as a whole, they've been very supportive.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Anyone? Okay, so are we ready to move forward on this with a motion?
Madam Chair, there's 2 additional portions to be presented on the amendments today.
Oh, there are?
All right, so the next item I'm going to be covering today is the Multimodal Accessibility Index, or what we're referring to as the MAX Index, which is essentially a proposed alternative to our traditional roadway level of service within the countywide plan map amendment process. And so just a little overview of what we mean with level of service and how it sort of factors in with our countywide planning process. We have a number of criteria, as Rodney had gone over in some of the previous cases he had gone over with you all, things that we take a look at in terms of when we're evaluating local submittals from the various local governments for proposed land use changes. These range from, will it impact our coastal high hazard area? Does the proposed area impact an adjacent community? But really the only transportation component that we have within the countywide plan in terms of evaluating these proposed changes is level of service. And what we require currently is when we receive a submittal for a proposed land use change from a local government, we see if the adjacent roadway level of service meets that level of service D or better. And when we say D or better, it's, oftentimes we think of grade school. D is not a very good grade, but in terms of roadway transportation standards, level of service D is still free-flowing traffic, high density, but still free-flowing. It's not till we reach the level of service E and F categories that we start to reach kind of that traditional congestion we all think of that would really be at that failing level of service. And so basically how this process works is an overview of our kind of GIS database is we get a submittal from our local governments. They give us a shape file, which is this area that you see outlined in black. And we look at where that falls and the adjacent roadway next to that proposed change, which is this blue line you see here. And we take a look at our level of service standard. In this case, this level of service is an E roadway, which means that we would then reach back out to our local government who submitted this to us and request some sort of balancing criteria for why we should still make a recommendation for approval to you all, because again, that level of service E standard falls below that level of service D or better criteria. Now, over the years, in having this in place, we've seen a number of challenges with roadway level of service. The first being that given that we are a redeveloping county, as I had mentioned in my TEALS presentation, we have very limited land available, and in turn, it is very difficult for us to expand roadways and in turn improve level of service. And I say this because level of service is directly tied to volume to capacity ratio, which means that really the only way you can improve it is by expanding that roadway. Additionally, level of service is only measured on major roadways during peak periods. So if we get a submittal from a local government that falls on a local roadway that we do not have a level of standard service for, we have no means of evaluating the transportation impacts of that proposed development. All of this is to say is that we've been reflecting on this process and there's some changes that are needed, which is why we have come up with the Multimodal Accessibility Index, or MAX Index, which this is actually a screenshot of that I'll get into a little bit more detail in these coming slides. So what the MAX Index essentially does is it breaks the county up into quarter-mile grids. That's sort of the industry standard for a reasonable walkable travel shed. Excuse me. And it assigns points based on the various multimodal factors that are present within those grid cells. These can range from separated bike lanes, trail access, and so on. But as you can also see there, we do still factor in level of service and volume to capacity. So it's not that we're doing away with it entirely. We're just considering a number of other factors as well to kind of get a proper sense of the area in terms of how it scores from a multimodal perspective. And these ways that we've weighted the scoring system, these are not things that we just kind of pulled out of a hat. This has to do a lot with our previous long-range transportation planning efforts. We did receive a lot of feedback in terms of how folks would like to see a lot of improvements throughout the county. Saw about 40% wanted more investment in bike ped infrastructure, 40% wanted greater transit investment, and about 20% wanted to see that greater roadway improvements. Additionally, in terms of the scoring factors, criteria, methodologies, we have had a number of meetings with our local partners, virtually every major local government that we receive cases from frequently. We have met with their transportation planning staff and engineering staff, had subcommittees with our planners advisory committee and technical coordinating committee, as well as even brought in an outside consultant to kind of take a look at our work and make sure we were on the right path, as well as suggest changes. So it has been a very iterative process to kind of get where we are currently. And so with that, this is kind of a screenshot of the scoring throughout the county, and just to juxtapose two different areas. If you were to take a traditional, more suburban residential area like Eastlake, while there are certainly investments there that are coming up as a whole, it does tend to score a little bit lower, around that 2.0, versus when you look at a downtown like Dunedin, a lot of multimodal transportation investment, it tends to score higher at that 16.2. So what does that all mean? Basically, what we will be requiring moving forward, just as we do with level of service currently, or coastal high hazard area criteria, a number of other criteria, is that we would require them to meet the countywide average MAX score, and if it doesn't meet that MAX score, we would require some sort of balancing criteria as to why we should still continue to make a recommendation for approval to you all. Currently, the countywide average MAX score is a 7.5. So again, if that score is not reached, we would just require some sort of balancing criteria from our local government. And so some of the balancing criteria that we would be accepting of is if the proposed change was in a CRA, or community redevelopment area. These are often tied to their own CRA plans that are also tied to their local CIP. So we would defer to those if we have a proposed development within a proposed CRA. Also planned infrastructure, if there was a proposed development and say the developer was looking to include a bicycle connection, an improved sidewalk, trail facility, something along those lines, those would all be documented as planned infrastructure, and we would be accepting of that as well. In the instance where we would have a proposed amendment fall within an activity center, multimodal corridor, or PRD, or planned redevelopment district, excuse me, those have their own transportation criteria already outlined in the countywide rules, and so we would defer to those in those instances. In the instance where we have larger parcels that intersect multiple grid cells, we would simply take the average of those intersected grid cells to see how they compare with the county average MAX score. And then again, because we understand we can't take everything into consideration, a number of our local governments have adopted multimodal plans. And so if there is a proposed development with improvements associated with it that are consistent with established local multimodal plans, we would also be accepting of that as potential balancing criteria. So with that, happy to take any questions you may have on the proposed multimodal accessibility index.
Questions? Mayor Buchowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I presume before you make these changes that we're going to see some kind of map that shows what those scores are on the major roadways?
Yeah, we can certainly develop something.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't want to vote on something that I can't see what it says. You're telling me what you want to do, but I don't know the effect of the change. Certainly sounds completely reasonable, what you want to do. But without seeing what those major, and we all know what the major roadways are, what that's going to look like, yeah, I just feel like I can't vote on it unless I know that, what those scores are. I mean, is that something you're working on?
Well, the scores are at a very fine-grained level of detail all over the county. So the countywide average is 7.5. That map right there is how we get to the 7.5. So if you look at where Dunedin is, that's 16.2, the darkest blue. So that's the map we have.
But that's in the downtown.
Right.
I cannot imagine that that is the same score for Alt 19, which runs straight through our city and is the bane of everybody's existence. So, and let me give you an example. I can't tell you how many times, and one of my commissioners is here and he'll totally agree with me, and I know Dave will agree, how many times we've had a development on Alt 19 in Dunedin that's an F-rated road on Alt 19, F. So it's failing. And because the state removed all of the requirements on that, we just keep approving developments. So we're going to have an F-rated road there. If we don't have a good transportation system, it's like the chicken and the egg. If we have no good transportation there, we can't get a bike lane. I mean, we've done the Alt 19 study. It's like, okay, so then we can't get approved to change something that we have no control of the scoring factors. We have no control over the transit system who doesn't have enough money to provide the right kind of transit. And we can't widen the road. We can't add bike lanes. Do you see where I'm going? I'm worried about that. I do believe we should be looking at this. Absolutely, we should not be approving major density on an F-rated road. But when you are in as we've said, the most densest county in this state with no good transportation system, already overdeveloped, and you're going to tell people they can't develop their property to where they need to be when I'm just concerned about it. So I guess it's almost like I just would like for us to have a bigger dialogue. I'm afraid of the cause and effect.
Well, I think what this is doing is giving cities a lot more flexibility to deal with the unique circumstances of where development and redevelopment is planned. So if you have Alt 19 as an example of a poorly rated road, it's not feasible or it's cost prohibitive to widen that road to 4 lanes potentially. But the trail is parallel to that, so if the development is providing a connection to the Pinellas Trail, that would count for this. That would be a consideration. And that's a much less expensive project while also providing mobility and connectivity. But that would be a decision that would be between the development and the city of Dunedin to work that out to your mutual benefit. Whereas with roadway level of service, there's really only one answer, which is widen the road or don't develop. So this gives you more options in the toolbox.
I agree. But what I'm also saying, and again, I think all of those things should be considered. I guess I'm struggling with the fact that everything that is being considered, which I agree they should be, local municipalities have little to no control over.
So
like the transit. So it's like, if we're going to look at it this way, shouldn't all the agencies that work on transit and all of that stuff be rowing in the same direction to improve? Because if you have a better transportation system or transit system, then you can make these changes and not worry about failing. And
that's certainly,
I don't know.
That's certainly part of the conversation.
Do you see where I'm going? I mean, for a city like ours, we're not St. Pete, and St. Pete's got the density and all the, they have the ability to do all this. But for a city like ours, and we're very similar to many, I can see it being a problem. So I'd just like to see what the scores are somewhere.
Certainly. I will just say, in terms of some of the comments, and Whit kind of already alluded to it, traditional level of service as it currently states, if we have a proposed density increase on a failing level of service roadway, like Whit said, there's nothing we can really do about that, and that would constitute a denial of approval already on our current process. Versus this gives us a greater deal of flexibility, and communities like Dunedin, like if you look at on this map, are pretty high performing, and even for the lower performing areas, given that flexibility, there's still a lot of ways to improve and still get a project approved that traditional level of service would not allow us to do.
And this is only for items that we're asking you all to make a change.
Right.
Correct.
Otherwise,
right.
It's on us. But I mean, I can only imagine that especially small cities would kind of be looking at that map as sort of a guiding factor with those scores. I mean, I can see where that might get adopted in some of the smaller cities.
And there's nothing to jump through if you're already above the 7.5.
Yeah.
So are you going to show us a map at some point?
That's the only map we have.
Is a map available?
There is actually an online interactive map that has a breakdown of every grid cell in the county and specifically what it is and is not receiving points for. And I'm happy to share that.
If you tell me where it is, I'll look it up.
I don't have the hyperlink on me.
We'll,
right
we'll get
Okay.
it, we'll get it to you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Eggers.
Well, yeah, I'm sharing I'm not saying I entirely know all of the issues that the mayor was bringing up, but I share some of the concerns. And I'm thinking about, because you brought up the East Lake corridor being at 2.0. We have a couple of retirement homes that have been built or being proposed along that road that that had to have a land use change, or I think it was a countywide plan actually change. I'm not sure about that, but assuming that that's the case, and it's along East Lake Road with the score less than the average, what would that do to the countywide plan requested change? Denial, right? Is that the?
It would be the same process we're following now before the max index. You know, the max index probably wouldn't apply as much there because it would take a lot to get up to 7.5. So you would have to look at balancing criteria, right?
Right. And when we say we're looking for an improvement, like let's say you have an area in that East Lake that's a 2.0 and the county average is a 7.5. We're not looking for that 2.0 to go to a 7.5. We just need an improvement that could be documented, or some other balancing criteria that could be referenced as a part of the approval process.
Okay, so does intersection improvements and ITS, ATM, those improvements count?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see that on your list, that it counts, so I just wanted to make sure
Yeah, so they actually go into our TIP and the CIP, which are both counted in the, those projects are counted in the max index scoring.
And the point of all this is to look at the context of the surrounding area and make sure that whatever improvements are related to this approval are appropriate for that context. So in East Lake, you know, there are certain things you would do, like your ATMS, ITS intersection improvements, that fit better than trying to make it suddenly very walkable and dense and urban. That's just not the character of the area. In downtown Dunedin, it's a different answer maybe. And that's what we're trying to do here, because the roadway level of service is a one-size-fits-all, whether you're in downtown Clearwater or in East Lake. So we like this because it gives the county it's a reflection of the county's diversity.
And again, level of service is also only on our major roadways. So.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, just one question. When considering Oldsmar, Racetrack Road is Hillsborough County. Is that taken into consideration in the scoring or not?
It's going to cut off right at the county boundary.
Right at county, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. All right. What is your pleasure?
Madam Chair, there are additional presentations regarding the countywide plan map amendments, one more by Linda Fisher.
I'm sorry?
There's one more presentation regarding.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. We have got to take a break.
Yes, ma'am.
Several of the members here have asked to take a break. So can we please do that in 5 more minutes, please?
Would you like to take a break and then have Linda come up and present?
Yes. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What? 5 minutes. Come right back. Come right back. in 5 minutes, so we're going to come back to order and finish up our meeting. Now, we have a lot to do, so I would appreciate it if we can stick to the agenda and not go off the rails. Otherwise, I might have to say something. Okay, thank you, everyone, for letting me say that. Okay, continue on with where we left off, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the last group of amendments in the proposed countywide rules amendment package. This presentation will cover a number of smaller amendments that we've developed with our Planners Advisory Committee since the last update of the rules in 2021. The majority of these amendments are not substantive. They're intended to make the rules clearer and easier to use. Where we are proposing a few substantive changes, those are based on requests that we've received from our municipal and county partners. And I'll go through each of them just briefly. The first of these other amendments is a new section called Transfers of Density and Intensity. It covers 3 land use tools: density intensity averaging, transferable development rights or TDRs, and density intensity pools. This isn't new content. These are tools that have been used in Pinellas County for decades. We are reorganizing and clarifying provisions that are either already in the rules today or that are allowed but aren't spelled out clearly. We've heard consistent feedback that this is a difficult section of the rules to navigate. We get frequent requests for staff interpretations, so we just want to make it clearer. Just as a quick recap of what these tools are, density intensity averaging is typically used when you have a large development that spans parcels with different land use categories, and it allows the developer to combine all the normal development entitlements of that land and use them on a project-wide basis. TDRs allow limited development entitlements to be transferred from one parcel to another as an incentive to preserve the current use of the sending parcel. For example, a historic building that's using less density than it's allowed to under its current land use category, then that allows limited development entitlements to be sold to be used elsewhere and provides an economic alternative to the redevelopment of that parcel. And density and intensity pools work similar to TDRs, but instead of transferring entitlements to a specific property, they go into a pool that the local government can use to provide an incentive to attract the type of development that it wants to attract. So these are all optional tools that the local governments can use today. The next proposed amendment is for multi-jurisdictional activity centers and multimodal corridors. This would apply to, for example, a city that's adopting an activity center over a large area that includes some unincorporated parcels, which it wants to annex into the activity center over time. A local government can only amend the land use designation for parcels within its own jurisdiction. That means that every time the city annexes a parcel, it has to come back through the countywide plan map amendment process, and the same planning information has to be presented over and over for each parcel. This proposed new section of the rules offers an alternative where the county can opt to partner with the city to adopt the activity center designation for those unincorporated parcels all at once in advance. That saves the city and this board from all of those small repetitive amendments. And it's already possible to do this under the current rules, and it has been done already with Largo's Tri-City Special Area Plan, part of which is shown on your screen. However, there is no guidance about it in the rules today. So based on that experience, we wanted to codify exactly how that partnership works, just to make it easier to use in the future. The next topic is the Coastal High Hazard Area, or CHHA. We've been working with Pinellas County Emergency Management for a couple of years. We are proposing to elevate the tier of review for amendments to activity centers and multimodal corridors that increase densities or intensities in the CHHA. That comes with a requirement for additional documentation and justification. We are proposing to add a requirement to include a transportation impact analysis specifically for evacuation routes. And that is something that we always ask for anyway, but we want to go ahead and codify that. And then we're also proposing to add a new item on resilient building to the balancing criteria for all amendments to the CHHA. This is a big planning priority for emergency management. They've been encouraging us to adopt this for a while. Resilient building can include going above minimum standards for building elevation or wind loads, or providing a backup source of electricity. We know that residents in the CHHA are going to have to evacuate, so the goal of this balancing criteria is to make sure that those people have homes to return to when they return after a storm. There is a section that's new since the draft that we presented to you in May. That is a reorganized and expanded section for density and intensity bonuses. Most of this content is already in the rules today. It's just being moved verbatim to a more logical location. And it also includes a proposal for one new type of bonus called water quality and conservation, and that serves two purposes. The first is to recognize a new state mandate to incentivize gray water recycling systems. That was adopted by the state in 2021, but we are just starting to see it being used in Pinellas County. Gray water is household wastewater that is not sewage, like water from showers or washing machines. And state statutes now require that local governments offer a density or intensity bonus to developments that use this gray water technology. So we do need to recognize that in the rules. The other purpose is to meet a request by county staff who would like to explore offering an incentive to developments that go above and beyond with managing stormwater. Stormwater is a major hurdle to redevelopment in Pinellas, particularly for our employment uses, and it's been a major focus of the county for a number of years. So we did want to try to meet that request and provide that potential option with the new language. And the last group of amendments is just some basic housekeeping. These mainly apply to our administrative processes. That includes standardizing deadlines and reporting for staff level reviews, updating our legal advertising requirements to stay current with changes to state law, clarifying the process for countywide plan map amendments that are based on development agreements, if those development agreements should change over time, and finally just adding and updating some definitions, mainly to support the TEALS amendments, or where we've been requested to provide clarification by our local government partners. So those are the other amendments that we're proposing, and if there are any questions on them, I will be happy to answer them.
Just a quick question. So the transfer of density, is it the floor area ratios that it defines what you're actually transferring? So if you have land use or zoning different from the one you're transferring to, is that controlled through the FAR? How many units it allows?
It is possible to transfer intensity as well as density. What we base it on is the square footage that's allowed on the sending parcel based on their allowable FAR. You can transfer a certain amount of square footage, so you don't transfer FAR itself because that could create an inequality between the sending and receiving parcels. And that is one of the things that is not spelled out in the rules today. And we rely on staff interpretation for that, so that's one of the things that we want to make clearer. Between your sending and receiving parcels, before the transfer, however much building square footage you're allowed today is the same amount of square footage you're allowed after the transfer. It just moves.
Well, I'd like to see an example, how we could work through one, just to see how it looks and works. But okay, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? No? Anyone? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Tina, are there any members of the public that wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair. David Geddes wishes to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Ballard Geddes. I live at 802 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. House Bill 639 back in 2012, Dana Young, in that House bill makes reference to reclaimed water to be used for laundry and toilet use.
David?
This transfer of
That is not on the subject matter.
this transfer of development right.
Please sit down. Thank you. Okay, continue. Anybody else have questions with regard to the issue we are on right now? No? Okay. Now we will move to PSTA activities report. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. We had that break and it, okay, so back to presentation 1, 2, and 3, which we discussed 2 before our break and 1 afterwards.
So let me just remind the board members what we're asking. First is the TEAL's recommendations are the culmination of over a year's worth of work to codify those flexible changes that are now completely consistent with state law, the Live Local Act, which really preempts local governments in terms of affordable housing. And we think we're very well aligned with the TEAL's recommendations to tie in with that state law that went into effect on July 1st. The second one is the max index, again, which is something we've been working with the local governments for well over a year, probably 2 years now. And we've gotten great support from the local governments on this tool for flexibility. And Tina did email to you all the link, so you can see, if you zoom in on that map, you can see the scores for whatever area in the county. And you can see they're based on grid cells, so it takes into account the area context. And much of Pinellas County is well above that 7.5 average. And if you're above that average, then there's no issue. You're good to go. You're not holding on to a roadway level of service consideration. Mayor Bajowski mentioned that the state did away with roadway concurrency in 2011, which is true. The Growth Management Agency went away. However, the state did not tell local governments that you, as a local government, could not enforce roadway concurrency on your own. You're just not going to have the state backing you up. And most local governments said, thank you very much. We're happy to not have the state tell us what to do. And most local governments have done away with roadway concurrency. What they have not done, though, is pivoted away from requiring developers to make certain improvements that are fitting the context. And it's not always roadway level of service, it could be other measures. So this, we think, is consistent with that direction that the state took. And then Linda's things that she covered are mostly cleanup and clarification of items that are already available to the city, but it's been lacking clarity and there've been a lot of questions. So again, we're trying to streamline that process and make it easier. If members are uncomfortable with some of these items, one or more of these items, then there could be a possibility of uncoupling them, but I strongly recommend that the TEALs at minimum advance, because we put so much energy, and I think there have been universal support for that study and the recommendations that came out of it.
Okay. Councilor Burke.
Well, if we can keep all 3 of them bundled, I think that's fine. They were all explained quite well, so I'll move to accept the updates to the county plan as presented.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor.
I didn't get them first and second, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Burke and Commissioner Driscoll. Motion to, okay, you got it? Okay. All those in favor?
Well, is there any discussion?
Any discussion? No discussion?
I just still have some hesitation with the TEALs part, so on this one, I'll be voting no.
Okay,
So,
thank you. No, that we're making
The
the.
motion is for
all
the
3.
recommendations to the county.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Okay. That motion passes with 1 abstention from Commissioner Smith.
Not extension.
What did I mean?
No.
Exception.
Right.
Was Commissioner Smith the lone nay?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and now we will move on to item 7, the PSTA activities report. Commissioner Driscoll.
Thank you. The PSTA board met last on June 28th, 2023. The board unanimously approved general services contracts which are used by different departments for work that relates to engineering, planning, project development, and technology assessment. These are 3-year contracts with 2 one-year options. They'll be issued to HNTB Corporation, AECom, and WSP. We had a presentation on the South St. Petersburg mobility study And then the board approved a 2-year contract with HDR Engineering regarding that work contingent on successful negotiations. We've received an information item, which was a presentation on the first draft of our FY24 budget. There was a discussion on that, and that will continue, I'm sure, at the next meeting. In other news, the ridership for PSTA has been increasing, and it's quite impressive. May was 17% higher than May of last year, and 2023 year-to-date is 24% higher in terms of overall ridership. Really good news.
That's great news.
Yeah. In May, also, the board approved a new program to provide free fares to veterans, and staff is working to implement that later this year, hopefully on Veterans Day. The next board meeting will be on July 26th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Excellent. Very nice report. Any questions or concerns about the PSTA report? If none, we'll hear the regional activities.
I'll do that one.
And what will do that one?
Okay, I'll keep it real brief. Board members, the Suncoast Transportation Planning Agency met, or Alliance, I'm sorry, met on late June, I forget the date, and adopted the Transportation Regional Incentive Program priorities, as well as the multi-use trail priorities. And the TRIP priorities, or Transportation Regional Incentive, is a 50-50 match of state funds with local funds for regionally significant transportation projects. And the new addition to that priority list is 126th Avenue North, which is a Pinellas County project, and parallel to to Ulmerton Road, which is a project we've long supported. In addition, the multi-use trails priorities include the completion of the Pinellas Trail Loop and the Joe's Creek Greenway Trail, also two very significant trail projects, and they are very competitive for funding. So we're optimistic that we'll get funding through that regional partnership. The Suncoast Transportation Planning Alliance is also kicking off a regional transit or transportation needs assessment as part of the long-range transportation plan. And just a reminder, all of the MPOs in the Tampa Bay area are doing long-range plans at this time, including us. And this regional component is the overarching analysis that documents what the needs are and shows that interconnectedness between the three MPOs, but it also includes Citrus Hernando, Sarasota Manatee, and Polk. And we're taking their needs and influences on our transportation network into account. Chelsea Favreau of our staff is managing that effort, and we will bring back an update to you sometime probably in late fall or early spring of this year. And then finally, I'm going to leave a little bit of discussion on the TMA Leadership Group meeting later on in the agenda, but we are beginning this summer a public engagement phase to ask citizens around the three-county area their thoughts on how transportation decisions should be made in the Tampa Bay area. We feel like while we're deliberating as respective boards and elected officials and staff, we also need to hear from the public on that. So I wanted you to be aware that later this month, that survey will go out, and it will mirror some of the questions that we asked the TMA Leadership Group on preferences for how that might be structured, how citizens can be involved, and issues that are priorities for the region. So it'll help inform the regional transportation needs assessment as well. And those are the main items that I have. If there are any questions about that, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions from the members? No? Okay. Now we are on 7C.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Do you think we could move up the apportionment plan on the discussion?
Let's take up this last one really quickly, and then I'll get to that. Yeah. Sherry Beckert?
Yes, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Lauren Strope, and I'm the partner. Excuse me, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Lauren Strope, and I served as the partner on the audits of both the Pinellas Planning Council and the MPO. Today, I'm going to take you through two presentations that walk through the nature, the extent, and the timing of the audit procedures that we performed. So first on the PPC, this was the client service team. I did just want to mention Scott Anderson, who's our second review partner. He does what's called a cold review. So after the team comes in and makes all the conclusions, he does that final review. And he actually just completed a GASB fellowship. So the agenda, again, just to kind of take you through the nature, the extent, and the timing of audit procedures. I'm a much better auditor than I am a public presenter. So if you have any questions at any time, please don't hesitate to ask. With that, I am pleased to announce that we did complete our audit of the PPC and did issue our report on March 10th of this year. We issued an unmodified report. It used to be an unqualified report, but basically it's a clean opinion and the only type of opinion you want from your auditor. We follow a variety of standards when we complete your audit, both generally accepted accounting standards and government auditing standards, including Chapter 10.550, Rules of the Auditor General of the State of Florida. I'm pleased to report that you had clean or no comment opinions on all of the reports that we issued as it relates to the PPC. So just some internal control communication that government auditing standards do require that we look at financial, over internal controls over financial reporting. We don't necessarily audit those, but if we become aware of any issue in internal control, we would be required to communicate that to you. I'm pleased to report that there were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal control noted as it related to our audit of the PPC. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements are something that I am required to communicate to you. What that is if management gives us a trial balance and we as the auditor have to say these entries need to be made to bring this in alignment with GAAP or generally accepted accounting principles, that would be an audit adjustment. An uncorrected misstatement is the exact same situation, only management for whatever reason decides not to make that entry. Again, I would just be required to tell you, and I'm pleased to report that we did not have any corrected or uncorrected misstatements as it relates to the PPC. As it relates to the qualitative aspects of accounting practices, if you were to look in Note 2 to your financial statements, you would see all of the accounting policies that were adopted by the PPC. In the current year, you did adopt 87 leases, and so that's basically brought all formal operating leases onto the statement of net position for the first time. We did not note any inappropriate accounting policies or practices. We do spend a lot of time looking at related party relationships and transactions, and we discovered none that were not previously noted to us by management. As far as significant or unusual transactions are concerned, as it relates to the accounting literature, that's really dependent on the entity itself, but we did not know any significant or unusual transactions entered into by the PPC that we need to discuss with you today. As far as significant estimates are concerned, the financial statements that you have aren't just all hard numbers. Inherently, in order to produce generally accepted accounting practices, financial statements, management does have to use a lot of estimate. Some of the significant ones that we saw were the allowance for doubtful accounts, depreciation expense, which is related to the useful lives of the assets, the retirement benefits and liability, and the interest rate that was used for leases. Again, we spent a lot of time on these estimates as auditors, and we did find them fair in relation to the financials as a whole. We did find the financial statement disclosures to be neutral, consistent, and clear. It is very important as your independent auditor to retain our independence, and we are not aware of any situation in which there is even a threat to our independence as it relates to the PPC. Just some other required communications. We're pleased to report that we didn't have any difficulties when dealing with management to complete the audit. Every time we asked for something, they made sure we got it. Every time we had a question, they made sure it was resolved. We also didn't have any disagreements with management as it relates to accounting standards to be adopted or accounting treatment. We were not aware, we did not have any situation where we as the auditor had to consult with someone outside of the engagement team in order to complete this audit. We did receive a management representation letter that management signs basically saying that everything they told us or provided to us during the course of the audit was true to the best of their knowledge and belief. We're not aware of any situation where management has consulted with other accountants. That would only be important if management said the whole reason why we did this was because this other accountant told us to. We just want to make sure that both sets of CPAs got the same information to hopefully get to the same place. There were no matters that we needed to note during retention that needed to be discussed with you. We actually do not audit, particularly for fraud or illegal acts, but if they do, if we do become aware of them, we do work in procedures. We are required to speak to management and to those involved throughout the financial reporting process of their knowledge of fraud or illegal acts, and nothing was brought to our attention. We do not believe that there is any event or condition that would lead us to believe that the PPC is not a going concern entity. As far as other matters are concerned, in your financial statements, you also have required supplementary information in addition to the basic financial statements. As it relates to the RSI, what we do is called an in relation to opinion. So every time it should tie back to the audited information, we ensure that it does. And then we get an understanding from management of how that information is done. That primarily relates to your budget, to actual. And just some upcoming reporting changes. You have GASB 94. 96 is going to be a big one. Basically, that is all of the subscription-based IT arrangements that were scoped out of the lease standard come into play next year under 86. Hopefully you don't have any error corrections or accounting changes, but GASB 101 would be effective for that. And then compensated absences, there will be a change as it relates to the calculation for that with GASB 101. And we'd be happy to discuss any of the impacts of this with management. And with that, I can go to the next presentation. I told you I'm better auditor than I am a presenter.
There you go.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, perfect. All right, so all of this relates to the MPO. I'm going to be quick because a lot of it is repetitive information, so I'm going to focus on the differences and the highlights that we have. Again, stop me at any time if you have any questions. So it's still me, Lauren Strope, still the exact same team except for the senior. Again, the agenda, we'll just go through this pretty quickly. As it relates to MPO, we followed all of this exact same standards with the addition of, you do have a federal single audit. And so we do work in procedures to test any programs that are considered major each year. This year it was the Highway Planning and Construction Cluster, and we look at both compliance and internal control over compliance. We have issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. We do have a couple of internal control things that we do have to discuss. But we did issue a clean letter for the Auditor General, and then you did have a clean single audit opinion, meaning there were no issues with either compliance or internal control over compliance as it relates to your federal awards. So internal control communication, again, we do not audit your internal controls, but we are required to get an understanding of internal controls as it relates to financial reporting. And during that time, we did note a weakness, we did note an internal control error that we believe to be a material weakness in internal control, which basically means that it increases the risk or possibility that a material misstatement could happen in your financial statements and potentially not be caught. So this is the material weakness that was given, and it really relates to the strain that management had to post several post-closing entries to various accounts in order to properly reflect the transactions of the fiscal year. So we'll go into those entries now because I think that will really help in explaining this. So we talked earlier about what corrected misstatements were, and that is when we as the auditor receive the final trial balance, when we as the auditor have to say these entries need to be made to bring this in compliance with GAAP. So the first one related to an entry that was approximately $379,000 to properly discuss various cash and receivable transactions that occurred at year end. We had one to reclassify total match revenues that were improperly recorded as expenditures. And then we had an adjustment to properly accrue grants receivable in the amount of $18,000. There were no uncorrected misstatements, meaning all the misstatements that we brought to management are properly reflected in the financial statements that you have in front of you. Again, all of the accounting practices that you have are disclosed in Note 2 to the financial statements. Because the MPO does not have any leases, it actually did not adopt any new accounting standards in the current year. We did the exact same thing looking at those related party relationships and transactions, and once again, we did not find anything that was not previously disclosed to us by management. Again, there were no significant or unusual transactions as it relates to the MPO that I need to discuss with you. As it relates to significant estimates, again, we still spend a lot of time there, but this one we really just looked at the allowance for doubtful accounts because you don't have the activity here that you have on the PPC. Once again, we did find the financial statement disclosures to be neutral, consistent, and clear. Here, the only non-attest service that we perform is the preparation of the data collection form, which is basically just uploading apples to apples comparison to the Federal Clearinghouse of all of those single audit dollars. And this does not impede our independence whatsoever. Again, no difficulties with management, no disagreements with them. We did not consult with any others outside of the audit team in order to complete this engagement. And we did receive that management representation letter that was dated the same day as the report on this one as well. Again, we're not aware of management consulting with anyone else as far as accounting treatment. We did not have any issues that we need to discuss with you as it relates to client retention year over year. As far as fraud and illegal acts are concerned, we did the exact same procedures and nothing was noted to us as it relates to the MPO. We do not believe that there are any conditions or events that would indicate any substantial doubt about the MPO's ability to continue as a going concern entity. Again, on the MPO, you have required supplementary information, that being the budget to actual schedule and then the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And on those, once again, we do that in relation to opinion where we make sure it ties back to the audited financial statements. Exact same upcoming financial reporting changes. So again, we'd be happy to discuss any of those with management. And with that, I know that you all have tons of questions and I am waiting and able to answer any of them.
Questions, anyone? Any questions? No? No?
I'll just address the finding that they had for the MPO in terms of a correction. We were understaffed in 2022 on our financial side. We've solved that by hiring somebody in over a year ago, and she's been great working with the team, and we think we've successfully resolved all those issues. So
Okay,
glad we found it and glad we got it corrected.
Thank you, Whit. All right, may I have a motion, please, to...
Madam Chair, just for the record, there are no citizens wishing to be heard on the audit item. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the audit, both audits? Anyone?
Move to approve both audits as received.
Second. It's been moved and approved. Did you get that, Tina? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, and so now we're on item 7D, and I would like to ask for approval of the annual PPC budget and millage rate for...
Madam Chair, I thought we were going to move up the apportionment plan.
Yes, I heard, thank you for bringing me back to that, but I would like to take up these action items first, Mayor, just to get them off the table, because I want to make sure we still have a quorum while we have one to get through some of these items. So with your approval, I will ask for the PPC budget and millage rate for FY24 to be presented by Rodney. Rodney.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll keep this succinct and brief as I can. Once the presentation comes up, now it's going to be the budget presentation, please.
What item is it, Rodney? I'm sorry.
7D. Thank you. Okay, let's begin by talking about the changes that have occurred since I was last before you in May to talk about the FY24 budget. At the time, you recall, I gave you some guidance that we received from the Office of Management and Budget, and that we needed to develop two scenarios for this year. One was going to be based on a 7% increase in property tax revenue, and the second would be to constrain the property tax revenues to the rollback rate. Here to report that that's no longer the case, and the budget you have before you is reflective of an 11% increase in property tax revenues, which is the latest projection from the Property Appraiser's Office. Furthermore, the appointing authorities have come together and come to a consensus on the employee compensation strategy for fiscal year '24, which again focuses on employee recruitment and retention. So the plan is to grant a 4.5% increase in salary and supplement that with a one-time $600 retention payment, as well as another $600 increase that would be added to everyone's base pay. The intergovernmental service charges have been finalized by OMB, and if you may recall, last time I talked, they were hopeful that they could keep them static, and they could not. So I'll tell you what that is in a subsequent slide. And then we have been successful in getting supplemental funding from some of our city partners to update the countywide multimodal transportation impact fee ordinance. So in summary, we maintain the existing millage at 0.0210 mils. Our revenues, which include those line items that you see there, are about $4.3 million. Our operating expenses are about 31 line items, but the major ones are those that you see there: professional services and intergovernmental service charges, contingency. That's about $4.5 million. And you can see that the delta between those two numbers is not the same, so we are using about $233,000 out of reserves this year to balance the budget. Our fund balance, our reserve fund balance, is about $1.6 million. And as we noted earlier at the beginning of the meeting, we have been able to bring on board Valerie Brookins, who is completely MPO funded, and she's working on safety and serving in that role as a principal planner. The budget also allows for us to maintain 3 months of operating expenses in our contingency line item. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, our intergovernmental service charges have increased by a little over $108,000. One of the things that we do within the budget is to budget money for countywide initiatives. So in the past, we've done things like the Gateway Master Plan, the Vision Zero Action Plan, the Target Employment Industrial Land Study Update, and so on. And the money for those projects are housed within our professional services line item. For fiscal year '24, we are proposing to budget $525,000 in that line item. The lion's share of that money would cover the update of the multimodal transportation impact fee ordinance, as I previously mentioned and also talked to you about back in May. We also have $15,000 that we will be carrying over from this current fiscal year into fiscal year '24 to finish up the Advantage Alt 19 plan that Christina is leading and we'll be talking to you about here in a few minutes. We also will be budgeting $60,000 to help what we think is the City of Largo implement some of the recommendations that are coming out of that Advantage Alt 19 plan, as well as provide some urban design services in the second year of that pilot program. And then we will work with Pinellas County on a funding partnership to develop a housing compact toolkit that supports the countywide housing action plan. And then lastly, while it doesn't have a monetary impact to our budget, we will continue to provide staff support to the city of St. Petersburg for some of the services that I talked about earlier relative to the establishment of the station areas for the Sunrunner BRT. So again, the action that we would like the board to take today is to adopt the FY24 budget and millage rate. And the last step in the process will be for the Board of County Commissioners to adopt those final millage rates and budget in September. Are there any questions?
Okay. Questions, concerns, discussion? What are the wishes? Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why he said, why you got direction that you got, that no longer are those two scenarios being looked at. We have a commission meeting on the 18th where we're going to have a more in-depth conversation about it with potential workshops after that. I'm not speaking for any other commissioners but myself. So I am still concerned about, in this day and time, that of inflation and numbers of people that are struggling, that we would consider an 11% property tax increase. So I'm not there yet, so I don't know why that's been necessary. As long as we've done the exercise, so that if it changes, that we can adjust. So that's all. That was my only real comment about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mayor Bojalski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for the board's information, earlier today, the Executive Committee did have a discussion about WIT's annual review, which will come at the September meeting. But as part of that discussion, we wanted to talk about the organizational needs. And we found out that there are still 2 positions that have gone unfilled. Jared's position, old position, is still unfilled. And the grants writer position is unfilled. And you can only imagine how important a grants writer position in this organization is. And it's presumably a position that over time could pay for itself. And so we're pretty concerned, and we went without those positions over the last year in order to not use as much of our reserve. And because we got a smaller tax rate increase than was requested last year in order to fill those positions. So now we're going into a second year of not having those positions. And we expressed a lot of concern. Those positions are not shown in this budget. And the executive board voted to recommend to all of you to at least consider adding the grants position in here because it's so critical to everything we're doing. It just undercuts us. And you know, maybe at some point, I understand, Commissioner Eggers, where you're going on the overall county. I'm sorry, what?
I say you always say that and never mean it.
Oh, you know. Hey, you and I have been on the same side of that subject, and trust me. But for this particular organization, which is a little different, I think we're going to need some money. So we have to approve a budget today. We understand that because we're not meeting in August, and this has to go to the county commission in September. But we need to try to have some flexibility to add that position back in because it's not showing. And so I'm going to turn it to Madam Chair and WIT to try to figure out how we might be able to accomplish this, because we just think that at least one of those positions is critical.
And what our illustrious mayor neglected to share was that part of the reasoning why we moved in that direction at the executive committee is because there was a very strong recommendation from another board member weighing in on WIT's review that he would be better served, as well as the organization would be better served, if there was another person who could be out and about in the community, in the subdivisions, and at the civic organizations, et cetera, speaking about and promoting Forward Pinellas. It seems to be, in a lot of circles, the world's best kept secret in our county, even though its main mission, why are you laughing at me, Rodney?
I'm in a good mood.
Okay, I love that. Well, the end of my story. The end of my story is we often hear not enough people really know about Forward Pinellas or its mission, and we, except for all of us in WIT, we don't have a dedicated person doing that work. So hence we talked about adding to his staff, because you used to have a person responsible for doing that, right?
Some degree of that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the end of my story. Michael, do you have anything to share since you were part of our discussion?
Just that I totally agree. I think this is an opportunity for, and timing for this needed. And like they said, a grants writer a lot of times pays for its position over time. So I support that. And then also carrying over for WIT, the same increase as the rest of the employees increase that they're getting. So I support that, and that's the discussion we had.
Okay, so anything else, Commissioner Eggers? I saw you just aching to push your
Well,
button.
I mean, I appreciate the comments. I think I want to commend WIT for trying to be fiscally careful as we go into this coming budget, at least from that perspective. And, you know, it's ironic that we're talking about a grants position, which if a opportunity came up, there are ways to get that taken care of. But when we're talking about grants position, grant money from a federal government that doesn't have any to give. So it's ironic that we want to add more money to a budget to get more money from a group that doesn't have the money to begin with. I just think we have some issues, and we just need to be careful. Bringing it all back here locally, I just think we need to be careful as we go forward. There's a lot, and you know, Commissioner Long understands it from our perspective, there's a lot of pressures this year on our budget, creating reasons to be careful. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. And you know, again, it doesn't mean what you want to have or may want to do, but I think it's important to be a little bit cautious. So anyway.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. Anyone else want to weigh in or have a thought? Commissioner Burke?
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with Mayor Bujalski that it's important to have that position. I'm curious, the numbers that you presented for next year's budget doesn't include either of those two positions, nor does it include the other thing, assistant to WIT, that they were just talking about. That's also not in there?
WIT's compensation, I believe, is built into.
Oh, not his, the public affairs type person.
No.
That's also not in there.
Those are not in the budget.
So, and generally, my personal perspective, I hate doing a budget that's not balanced, and pulling money out of reserves is definitely not something that I'm a fan of. So, I agree with Commissioner Eggers. Something needs to give somewhere, or we're upside down and we're missing people, so that's not good.
I can address those concerns for a minute. What I think I would like to do at the staff level is we are so late in the budget process. We brought this to you in February, in March, probably in May, I forget, you know, but this is like the third or fourth time. And the numbers have continued to move and get refined as we've gotten more information from OMB. What I would like to do is go ahead with the staff recommendation and submit this with the millage rate and the it's actually 11.7%, I think, is the property assessment. And then what Rodney and I will do, if you can give us a little bit of time, is let us get through hurricane season, and then let's see where we are come October. And then we could look at the contingency and the reserves to see if it makes sense to bring on, and I would call it like a grants and partnerships position. It's not truly a grant writer. I want somebody a little more than just a grant writer. This is in the org chart. It's not budgeted, but I believe that that person can help us go after not just federal grants from the U.S. government, but like Ford Foundation and these other philanthropic grants that go to planning organizations for various things. And there's always a local match requirement, so you got to be careful about things like that. You got to make sure you line up the local match. But I have seen in the 8 years here that there is a bit of a vacuum countywide in pulling together these grant applications in a uniform way. And a lot of times we're kind of faced with decisions of, do we support PSTA's grant application or do we support the county's grant application for the same program? And if it's federal, that's not always a good look if you've got two organizations. So we try to manage that and navigate that, but a lot of times we're not out in front and we're responding to those requests, and that's a lack of staff. So I'd like to, if the board's willing to at least go with the staff recommendation, advance the millage with the my salary adjustment being the same as what's been budgeted for all of county staff. And then we will commit to you that we will come back in, say, the October, November timeframe and present to you a strategy for how we would address the concerns that were raised.
I'm good with that.
And I am too. I think it's important that when the budget goes to the full county, that if there is consensus on the board here, that we have something that says what we're trying to achieve here and get that position, get one of the two positions that's actually in our org chart filled, so that when the county commissioners are looking and discussing millage and rollbacks and all of that stuff, that maybe that doesn't apply here in order to give us a little funding to do that. You know, it's going to be in their hands, but I'd like us to have a solid recommendation anyway.
We agree. Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, what, on these positions that are in your org chart but not being funded, is it part of your funding now? I mean, so it's not a position that's identified right now?
Well, we've identified the positions, but we haven't budgeted for those positions.
Okay.
So, for instance,
there's many times that there's a lot of budgeted there's a lot of positions that are unfilled that are still budgeted.
we've taken those out,
All right.
except for these two.
Okay.
And Jared got promoted, and so he's kind of doing both jobs. And then the other one would be a new position. And they're not MPO funded positions, so we're not getting grant money for those. It would be millage based.
Understood. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right,
So I would be happy to make a motion
please do.
to approve the budget, to have also a letter going to the county commission that we support trying to add this position.
Okay? Been moved and approved. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No?
Madam
Okay.
Chair, for the
Yes.
record, there were no citizens wishing to be heard on the budget item. Thank you.
There are?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, thank you. Now we are on the Housing Action Plan. Linda? Where is she?
I think this item will go pretty quick.
Famous last words.
We're not asking anything crazy here.
Thank you. This is a follow-up action to the Advantage Pinellas Housing Compact that we have been enlisting our local government partners to sign on to. As a reminder, the compact is a commitment to develop a common set of policies and resources to make it easier to create affordable housing of all kinds across public, nonprofit, and private sectors, and to coordinate that housing with planning for jobs, transit, and other important community resources. Thus far, we have 9 countywide and local partners who have signed on, and we're still working to increase that number. And the compact provides for the creation of a housing action plan to implement these efforts. If you recall, back in April, Ford Pinellas and the Countywide Planning Authority executed a joint resolution designating this board to be the entity that will approve that plan and coordinate its implementation. And that is what you have before you today. A draft housing action plan that sets forth a range of actions over 1, 3, and 10-year timeframes. It establishes a role for the different partners. That includes the countywide partnership of Ford Pinellas working together with the Pinellas County Housing and Community Development Department, our local government partners who have signed the compact, and other community stakeholders. We've identified 11 goals ranging from planning from future transit corridors to incorporating healthy communities and resiliency. We've identified shared resources that all the compact partners can use to further those goals, like regulatory toolkits and data resources. This will be a two-way relationship with those of us at the countywide level taking the lead on providing the resources and assistance, while local governments provide input and are ultimately the ones who implement the plan in their own communities. So again, Forward Pinellas will be the forum that we use for that intergovernmental coordination. Countywide partnership staff will be the ones doing the initial legwork, working together with our local partners. And we'll also bring in other stakeholders like affordable housing providers, market rate developers, community organizations, and others whose input we need. The Housing Action Plan was initially drafted by County and Ford Pinellas staff. We had input from our Housing Tactical Team, which is made up of land use planning and affordable housing staff from our compact partner cities. It was shared at a Board of County Commissioners workshop in March, and again at the Countywide Homes for Pinellas Summit in Largo in April, which included stakeholders from across all the different sectors I've just talked about. So this is a very well-vetted document. Today, we are asking for your approval of the plan as the Forward Pinellas Board. If you do approve it today, then it will go out to each of our partner communities, and we will ask them to add their formal endorsement, and then we'll get to work advancing the actions in the plan.
Okay, any questions, members? What are your wishes? May I have a motion?
Mike, please.
Oh. Goal number 3D, Tenants' Bill of Rights.
Yes,
Did
that.
the legislature just do something with that?
Yes, unfortunately, that happened after the plan was drafted. That is actually in the housing compact, so we did want to recognize that in there, but you're correct, that does need to be updated, that we can no longer implement that particular goal.
All right, and also, C, so goal number 3C, consider partnering with the Foundation for a Healthy St. Petersburg and/or other community groups to organize a roundtable discussion to acknowledge racism as a public health deterrent and empower the community with solutions moving forward.
Correct.
How is racism a public health problem?
Well, research shows that there are health problems that affect minority groups across the board that don't affect Caucasian groups. Things that are caused by additional stress, caused by poverty, that correlates with being a minority and with suffering discrimination. We just want to have a discussion about it. We want to acknowledge that those issues are out there and to talk about how that affects housing and community planning.
Item number B and E are essentially the same thing, except in B, we identify areas of displacement from racial, social, and economic context, whereas item E, implement policies, tools, and criteria that will discourage displacement of residents of redevelopment.
There is some overlap there, yes.
Right, I just didn't know whether the racial component was necessary, or social component. I mean, none of that really matters. You don't want people to be removed from wherever they live.
That's correct.
Oh, well, just some of these areas I just have questions as to why they're there.
Mm-hmm. And again, this plan emerged out of a larger discussion that came from our local governments and various community stakeholders, community organizations and neighborhood groups. So we had a lot of input on this document.
We're trying our best with these documents to reflect the whole community and the various perspectives that are out there. So, we try to listen and acknowledge and then make sure our actions are respectful of different perspectives.
Right, I understand that. I just, I think the most, to be inclusive, we wouldn't, race doesn't really, social, economic doesn't matter. It's where you live. We want to make sure you're able to stay there. So why we're adding another racial component to it, I just don't understand how that's necessary.
Because research shows that those things are strongly correlated. Lower income minority neighborhoods are the ones that tend to be displaced.
Everybody.
We do
Not
want to
based
help
on
everybody.
race, doesn't matter. We want to help everybody.
We want to acknowledge both perspectives.
Question.
Commissioner Eggers.
So just again, I think to the point, we recognize and acknowledge that low income, race, ethnicity, whatever, might create or does create some health disparities.
Correct.
That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm not quite sure that the term racism and a health deterrent, so I'm not quite sure how that says what I just said.
Racism is also a factor in housing discrimination and social discrimination generally in ways that can affect public health, causing additional stress that affects things like heart disease and blood pressure.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the first and second.
Councilor Mohammed and Mayor Bujalski. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And we have one opposed.
Who was the dissenting vote? Myself. Thank you, Mayor Will. And for the record, Madam Chair, there were no citizens wishing to be heard on this item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are on item 7F, Advantage Alt 19 project update. Christina.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Mendoza. I'm a principal planner at Forward Pinellas. Today I'm here to provide an update on a project that we are currently working on entitled Advantage Alt 19. So through this project, we're taking a closer look at the Alt 19 corridor from Clearwater down to St. Petersburg, and we're trying to identify what types of development exist along the roadway now and what the community would like to see in the future. We want to use this information to develop a strategy to allow for redevelopment in a way that addresses the community's needs. We also want to be sure to address any transportation barriers that exist along and around the corridor so that we can increase accessibility and connectivity to it. Our main goal with this project is to provide people with better access from their homes to their jobs and job training opportunities via reliable transportation options, including enhanced transit service. So far, we have completed our corridor existing conditions analysis. We presented to you all that to you all earlier this year. And right now, we're working on the redevelopment and transit vision for the corridor. So as part of the transit and redevelopment vision, we've identified 14 potential station area locations. You can see them outlined on the map on the slide. And for each of those station areas, we've identified a place type. And essentially what the place type does is it helps to characterize the type of development and redevelopment within the station area. The place type helps to outline a vision for the station areas based on common characteristics like density, building form and placement, market potential, mobility needs, etc. It also helps to establish guidance on the types of facilities and amenities for each station area. And we've defined 4 place types for Alt 19: downtown, urban, village, and neighborhood. We've also created a profile for each station area, and that combines information from the existing conditions analysis, the market and land development analysis, and the outreach that we've done so far. It identifies a redevelopment vision for the station area and features mobility recommendations and transit improvements to support the redevelopment vision. Additionally, we've also included such information such as the market potential for the station area, the redevelopment potential, and the mobility improvements. For the market potential, we calculated that based on looking at factors like the property value per acre, the projected population and employment growth for the station area, as well as the annual retail leakage. For the redevelopment potential, we looked at factors such as the land versus building value, the parcel size, the structure age, and whether or not the parcel is located within a CRA or some other type of redevelopment area. For mobility improvements, we identified those by looking at previous plans and studies, as well as identifying them through our own analysis. So now I'm going to talk briefly about the transit vision. We have a 2-phased approach for this vision, and we have a short-term and a long-term vision. In the short term, we envision the service to be a limited stop, high-frequency express bus service. This would align with PSTA's recent service proposals that limit stop locations to 8 major hubs along the corridor. You can see them on the map on the slide. It would be a weekday peak hour service that would be expanded contingent upon ridership demand. The existing all-stop local service would also continue. The short-term vision could also include system operational improvements such as intersection treatments, transit signal priority system, and queue jump lanes. In the long term, we envision the service to be some type of bus rapid transit service. This would be a high-capacity bus service. It's characterized as a branded high-frequency bus service within a 1 to 2 mile spacing between the stations. It would be supported by enhanced stations, technology, and operational enhancements that give the bus select priority over traffic. Select segments within the corridor would be evaluated for the possibility of an exclusive, conditional, or a temporary bus lane use. This would remove the bus from service from conflicting traffic conditions, which would enhance the speed and efficiency of the service. Along with the long-term vision, we would also look at continued incorporation of system operational enhancements as needed. So this is a brief overview of the study tasks and timeline. We plan to continue to conduct outreach throughout the entire duration of the project. We've wrapped up the corridor existing conditions analysis. We're working on the redevelopment vision, and we're also working on an implementation and funding strategy. We plan to wrap the whole project up sometime this fall. As I just mentioned, we're working on implementation strategy. We're exploring funding strategies for the transit operations, capital, and community infrastructure pieces of the project. For these funding strategies, we're looking at value capture, special assessment districts, grant funding, multimodal impact fees, and a TIF district within some of the CRAs. We're also looking at policy and regulatory recommendations to support the redevelopment vision. These could be density and intensity standards to support transit, with the provision of community benefits, affordable and workforce housing incentives in Senate Bill 102, streetscape and mobility improvements, and I know it's hard to see at the bottom, but that's shared infrastructure, for example, stormwater improvements. So what's next? We're going to be finalizing the redevelopment and transit vision here in the next month or so. We're working on our recommendations and implementation strategies. We're also going to be continuing to engage the public, city and county staff, and elected officials. We just launched our second survey this spring. We would love for you all to share it if you would like to. We're scheduling another round of focused community outreach here in the next couple of months, and we plan to present the plan to commissions and councils this summer and fall. So with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Questions, concerns? No? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Now we're on 7G. Chelsea?
All right, so I'm going to give you all an update on where we are with Advantage Pinellas. So first of all, what is Advantage Pinellas? For those of you who may have been on the board for a while, you were here with us when we developed the 2045 Long-Range Transportation Plan. It's been 5 years, so now it's time for us to embark on the 2050 plan. Advantage Pinellas is the long-range transportation plan for this agency, and that is one of the guiding documents that Ford Pinellas is responsible for. The plan projects future growth and travel trends, and then it sets the transportation funding priorities. And this is important because if a project is not in the long-range transportation plan, it is not eligible for state and federal funding. So this is our opportunity every 5 years to update the plan, develop a new plan depending on shifting demographic data, travel patterns, and even shifting policies. And it also allows for ongoing public input into our spending priorities. So we're really following a similar approach to what we did 5 years ago. We have a multi-phase process. We actually started this process last fall, but there's been a lot of data development in the background that really hasn't been brought to you because, again, it's a lot of stuff in the background. But now we're really starting to ramp up our public outreach strategies, and we're going to be bringing a lot of decision points to you all for your input in the coming year. The first phase was really the development of data. And a lot of it was very technical, ensuring that our lane arrangements were correct across the county, counting parking spaces that have meters on them throughout the county, things like that. But just recently, actually as of last night at about 8:30, we finished the development of our socioeconomic data. And this is where we work with our local government partners to project growth from now out into the horizon year of the plan, which is 2050. This was a very iterative process. Our team worked with a consultant to develop those projections of growth, and then we met with every single local government in this county to seek their input and did our models get it right? Do we need to make any additional adjustments? So after that whole effort, which again concluded late last night, we're projecting a population growth. This number is a little off, it did change. It's just about 120,000 additional people, residents, in Pinellas County between now and 2050. And then regarding employment, it's about 90,000 additional jobs. Now these numbers are a bit higher than projections that we've made in the past, and there's a reason for that. We've been looking at our US 19 corridor recently, and we realized that the projections we made just 5 years ago for 2045, we've already grown past the 2045 number just in the last few years. So we definitely underestimated our growth in certain areas. We also have a policy shift from this board in particular regarding the target employment and industrial land study that allows for additional densification and diversity of land uses in some areas. So we believe we'll see more residential redevelopment. We've been seeing the intensification of redevelopment outside of these policy shifts. And we also have the Live Local Act that encourages additional residential development. So we believe that our numbers are pretty spot on. And we do have the local government support. These maps that you see up here on the screen, these are not existing employment and population, but they kind of show a heat map of where we expect that growth to occur. That's the increment of growth that you see up there between now and 2050. I know these maps are really small, but with the addition of our new staff member who's coming on board in a couple weeks, we're going to be making an interactive online website so that you can get a little bit more, down into the details of where this growth is projected and how it impacts your communities. So also with this phase one in the development of data, we really wanted to hear from the public what some of their needs and concerns were. And what we did is we developed a statistically valid survey, and we had that sent out. Our target was 1,000 residents to respond, and we actually had over 1,100 residents complete the survey. That was a 95% level of confidence with plus or minus 2.9%. So we're very happy with these results. And what we're going to do is this statistically valid survey is really going to serve as the benchmark for other outreach that we do going forward. We'll be able to compare a non-valid or non-statistically valid outreach that we receive, compare it to this survey. And some of the key takeaways were, there is some understanding that in Pinellas County we cannot keep widening our roads to improve congestion. But it was only about, there were still about 60% of people were supportive of expanding our roadway network. And as planners, we have to step back and say, okay, well, if that's what you want, what roads are we going to widen and where? Because we know we can't keep widening our roadways without impacting the surrounding land uses, taking out businesses, impacting residential properties. So we do plan to hold a series of focus groups over the next year, the first one of which is scheduled for the end of August, to dive a little bit deeper with residents as to, okay, this is what we're hearing, tell us more about it, so we can get a little bit more than just checking a box on a survey. We heard that technology, maintenance, and safety projects are the absolute highest priorities. These had overwhelming support from the survey respondents. Regional transit services are actually very widely supported. I believe it was about 75% of respondents supported transit services that serve the region. There was broad support for housing where there are shops nearby. This was very consistent with what we heard from the public during our last survey for the last long-range transportation plan. And this is important because as you all sit up here and make land use and transportation decisions, the people in Pinellas County generally like that we have a lot of different uses very close to their homes. They don't have to get in a car and drive 30 minutes to get to a store. There's one right around the corner. So as we make those decisions going forward, it's good to know these key points. And there's also strong support for having safer streets in exchange for lower speed limits. And this is always a point of contention when we talk about lowering speed limits and improving safety. There are concerns about people's travel time. But this survey does tell us there's strong support for that trade-off. So the next phase that we're moving into right now is identification of our needs. We're going to have our first focus group, as I mentioned, at the end of August. We're also going to be conducting a technical evaluation of future transit corridors. We're going to be coordinating very closely with PSTA and their community bus plan, where we're going to identify which corridors are best for which transit services, what's potentially the next Sunrunner 2.0 corridor, and PSTA will be with us all along the way. And then we're also going to be doing a lot of outreach. We're going to be launching an outreach platform that'll be live by next week, and we'll have a presence at a lot of public events. We are right now trying to get at events in St. Petersburg, Gulfport, Tarpon Springs, and Pinellas Park. If there are any events coming up in your communities where you think it'd be great to have a presence of Ford Pinellas there, please let us know. We'll send someone out, set up a tent, and we want to talk to as many people as we possibly can. So I did want to kind of give you an overview of the outreach platform that we're using. A lot of times people will go out and have a survey or a web tool where people can drop a pin. We've had a lot of success in the past with scavenger hunts and gamification of outreach, so we're hoping to recreate that here. So this is going to be the Advantage Pinellas challenge is what we're going to have it on. The website will be advantagepinellas2050.org. And when people register, they can earn points not points, raffle entries. And the more activities they complete, the more raffle entries they'll earn. And then we have been donated a few gift cards from local bike shops. We'll be looking to get our hands on gift cards to Publix or Amazon. And then at the end of each phase of outreach, we'll do a raffle, and then the people will be entered to win those gift cards. So some of the things that they'll be able to do is dropping a pin on a map, like we had talked about. We'll also have, this will be the mapping tool, where if they complete the task, they earn raffle tickets. There'll be, this is the wall where it kind of shows them how many points they've earned so far, so they can log in and check their progress. I'll go back to that. And then there's also going to be a wall where they can submit photos of things that they like in their community and photos of things that they think could use improvement. So all of this data will be really important and helpful for us as we develop the long-range transportation plan. We'll know what kind of projects people want to see, what kind of projects they don't want to see, and that'll all lead through the development. There are also going to be points or raffle tickets that they can earn by coming to our public events. So if they come to a public event of ours and they stop by our booth, we're going to have a QR code, they can scan it, and they're automatically entered into the raffle to receive tickets, or to receive raffle tickets. So coming soon, we're going to be having projections of our financial resources. That's where we're going to identify all the revenue sources that we believe will be available for transportation projects between now and 2050. We'll start identifying those priorities and then aligning the revenues with those priorities. And that's a really important part, because while there are quite a few different sources of revenue for transportation projects, some of them are quite limited. One example is the strategic intermodal system revenue source. That is really limited to the roadways that you see highlighted here on the map. And I will note that there is one portion of US 19 by Gandy that will be coming off this map as soon as the Gateway Expressway is complete. This is by far the largest pot of money available to MPOs and counties throughout the state of Florida, and that pot of money is limited only to these roadways, so it is very limiting. Another source of revenue is local funds. All of your local governments have local funds that are highly flexible, can pay for all modes, but these are really based on local priorities. And these local funds can be used as a match to bring in more state and federal funding, but as you all know, you all have a lot of local priorities, and generally your funds are 100% committed to other projects, but that is an available revenue source. There's another revenue source, generally called other arterials. It's a bit of a catch-all, but it's really for state roadways, or it can be used on parallel roadways. We've talked a lot with Pinellas County about seeking some of these funds for possibly East Lake Road and some improvements that are planned for those. But we really have very few state capacity projects remaining here in Pinellas County. And then this is our last source of funds. These are funds that come to the transportation management area, the urbanized area. These are our highly flexible funds. These are based on our MPO priorities like the ones that you adopted today. And currently, 100% of these flexible funds are being spent on the projects that you see listed up there. Technology, transit capital, complete streets, trail projects. We're currently devoting all of that to those sources. And this is also why that's important. In our last long-range plan, Jared shared this graphic earlier, it showed that the public wanted us to spend their dollars like this, 40% to biking, pedestrian projects, signal timing, 40% to transit projects, and only 20% to our roadways. But because of the limitations, this is where we ended up in the long-range plan. So even though we devoted 100% of our flexible funding sources to those non-roadway capacity projects, we still ended up spending 75% of our revenues there because of our funding limitations. So this will be important as we move forward, because when we get to adopt our plan and start balancing those revenues, we're going to need to hear from you about how you'd like us to take the public input we receive and program those dollars. If we should continue down the path of allocating all of our flexible funds to the modes that don't have the most funding, or if we want to look at a different approach. So we will be having an official kickoff for the long-range transportation plan. We'd like to do a media event. A date on that is still being worked on, but as soon as we set that, we're going to be inviting all of you to come out, help us kick off the plan, help us spread the word about our outreach platform, and that platform will be flexible. Every few months, we do intend to change the questions that we ask and the types of way we ask questions, and then continuously having raffles along the way to hopefully get people competing against each other in a nice, friendly way, giving us their feedback, so that we're getting more and more participation in the development of the plan. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Anyone?
I do.
Mayor?
I think it's really important that this time around that we coordinate with the information that we have from Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Not only, I see where you have the population and where the growth of the population is, but if you look at their reports, and I say this in many meetings, we have 1 million residents essentially here, and well over 5 million that are using cars when they come here. And so, and that number grows every year. And somehow those numbers need to be factored in and really shown. Because if this is a transit and transportation plan, and we have those kinds of numbers which outweigh our residents fivefold, then our plan to move those people around, our plan needs to consider how to move those things around. It can't just be where is the most of the population living, but the people coming in from the airport. 90%, you can see by their reports, are using a vehicle, whether they come here on a day trip or they're coming here by plane. And that hasn't always been the focus, but just think if we can move those people around, how much freer our own residents would be. So I think a huge focus needs to be on that, on those numbers. That needs to be included in the map, and that needs to be a part of our planning tools for transit.
And that's a really great point. You know, one of the first data sets we updated was the location of hotel motel units. And we have mapped out every single one of those, confirmed all of their units. And when we put a lot of the data together, we also include the average annual daily traffic, which includes the tourist movements. So we're not just looking at where people are working and going, we're also including all the tourist flows. And we also just recently completed a survey. It was basically a visitors survey with the Visitors Bureau and the entire Tampa Bay region, where they had people out at the airports, they had people out at Clearwater Beach, the Dali, the St. Pete Pier, to get more of that data on where people are coming from, where they're going to, where they're staying, how they're traveling. So all of that data will be involved in this effort.
I just want to make sure that we have a map in addition to population.
You got it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? I would just like to add that you're talking about a plan to take us to 2050, and I don't remember hearing one word in your presentation about how technology is going to change the way we talk about transit, transportation, cars, and every other thing that moves people around. So I think without taking that into consideration, we're missing a very big component about where we should or should not be pouring our dollars.
And that's a very good point. Technology is absolutely a very big part of this. With our last plan, we looked at automated vehicles and some different scenarios with their impacts. We'll be doing that again. We're going to be looking at electric vehicles and charging infrastructure and how that all comes into play. So you're completely right. Technology is a big deal. So we are going to update our assumptions from last time to make sure that we're kind of keeping up with the times as that technology evolves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Just thank you. The differences between the public input and what we're able to do, can you speak to what are some of those limitations that have us in such a disparity between what the public said we should do and what we can actually do? Like, what are some of the things that prevent us from doing what the public wants us to do?
So I think there are a few different ways. I mean, one of them is, you know, when people hit traffic, they think, oh, just make the road wider. But they're not really, if they don't live on that road, they don't think, okay, if we widen the road, what is that impact? What are we taking out? They don't really think about that. I think from a public perspective, they just want to be able to get around town. And to them, they don't really care how it's done, just make it happen. So that's probably one of the biggest problems that we have with that. Another is the desire for, a lot more bike trails or safe crossings, things like that. There is a limitation in the funding that we as an MPO receive. There are strings attached to the funding that we get. So that's why we can have this list a mile long of bike trails that we would love to fund, but we don't have enough funding to get there because some of our funding is tied so closely to roads. And another big problem, I would say, or not problem, challenge, is just the competing voices. A lot of people, like I said, they want to get from point A to point B. They don't want to be slowed down by, a slower speed limit or speed humps on the roadway or an additional stop signal. That's not really their priority if they're driving and they want to get across town quickly, while someone who's trying to walk across the street to get to the grocery store, their priority is a little bit different. So I think it's all balancing the competing priorities.
Elsie, if I can just add real quick.
Please.
The two big reasons are, one, for transit, any additional service is going to require operating dollars that PSTA does not have. So that's probably the biggest limitation on that. And then Chelsea's right, our bicycle pedestrian dollars are much smaller. The highway projects, the US 19 project from Main Street up through Curlew is $241 million. So the highway projects are just a lot more expensive. And then a lot of the state dollars that we are eligible for, that the state shows in our revenue stream, are limited to adding capacity, adding a lane. And that's just, there's not that many places in Pinellas to do that. So last year it was like over $400 million, is that about?
The last long-range plan.
Yeah, so there was about $400 million in projected revenue that we had no projects for. And it wasn't money that we were actually had in hand, but it was part of that projection. So we've asked the state to be more flexible in how we can use those dollars and not tie it to roadway capacity. And they've actually done some things to help us in that regard. Not just us, but all urban areas in Florida.
No doubt. Thank you for that. And I just think it's important because as a part of these public input sessions, you get into this mindset of like, why did you ask me if you're not going to do what I suggested? And so being able to communicate the reasons why we're unable to fulfill what the wishes of the public are, I think is important as a part of our communication to say, okay, this is, we heard you, but here's what we're able to do within the resources.
This is a
and the
massive
structure that we
education
have.
effort.
So that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Can
Chair.
I add to that point, Madam Chair? I think if somewhere in here you can look at the PSTA funding and add it in, I'm assuming you're looking at that, right? I know this is a MPO Forward Pinellas thing, but I think it's also a tool. If the public is saying that they want us to spend 20% on roads and 40% on transit, and 40% on, bike and trail, well then, isn't that the tool we need to work with the county commission to get a sales tax on the ballot?
Oh, good luck bringing that up.
I understand, but to get more funding, what else are we going to do?
No, we can't,
I'm just saying,
not go there.
if we can prove it, I'm just saying, I agree with you. Why ask if you're not going to do something about it?
Well, and I will say the results that we got from the last LRTP, those were very important for us to get FDOT to agree to additional funding flexibility. That was our documentation that said, listen, this is what our residents are saying, this is what they're asking for. And now we have a new policy of flexibility with district dedicated revenue, and we're hoping to keep that kind of momentum going because of the outreach we receive.
And keep in mind, the state has preempted us from adding referendums to the ballot. There are very strident restrictions on that going forward. So, a conversation for another day. At this point, can we move to 7H?
Yes,
Which
please.
I think is also you.
That is also me. All right. All right, so the MPO proposed apportionment plan. So just a little bit of a refresher. I won't go into all the details because you all have seen this a number of times. This is the plan that really lays out the planning area of the MPO, which is all of Pinellas County. And then it also identifies how the voting structure is going to be set up for the MPO. 20% of the seats must be for BCC, Board of County Commissioners, just laying that out there right now, and PSTA has a seat. I will note that there is some caveats here. I know a question came up about whether PSTA absolutely must have a seat, and the answer is no. But if they do not, then 33% of the seats must be for the Board of County Commissioners. So just another little thing to throw out there. And then the final apportionment plan must be approved by 75% of the voting membership, not just the quorum in the room at any given time, but 75% of the voting membership, which for this body is 10. So this is a little bit of the apportionment discussion to date. We first presented this to you all in February 2023. We presented a first draft, received some feedback. We brought it back to you in March. And the board actually approved the apportionment plan that we presented in March, but then asked us to kind of come back and give some more options. And that's where we put together the spreadsheet or the tables that are in your packet that show a few different options. And you all gave us a resounding no partial votes. You all did not think that that was the right way to move forward. So we've come back today with another option and a staff recommendation. So this is the existing board voting structure, and you'll see the number of votes that each seat has, the percent of the countywide population that is reflected by those members, and then the percent of the vote that they have. So this was the first alternative that we brought to you back in March, where St. Petersburg receives an additional seat because they've had some increases in their population. So it made sense to be more proportionate, as federal and state law do require us to look at the proportionality of the population to the votes. And then it also divided the inland communities. Our inland communities consist of Bel Air, Bel Air Bluff, Seminole, Gulfport, Kenneth City, and South Pasadena. They have been sharing a seat for the last 10 years. And with 2-year terms, their seat only comes up once every 12 years. So it really didn't seem fair to have 6 communities sharing a seat that they very rarely got a turn to sit in. And then once they did get a turn to sit in it, they only had it for 2 years. So I'm sure many of you are well aware there is a pretty strong learning curve with being on this board. So for someone to come on, just by the time they're starting to understand something, it rotated to a new local government. So this was our first alternative that we presented. The next alternative, we received a request from the city of Clearwater so that they could have an increased seat. So that was added in. So Clearwater would go from 1 seat to 2. However, once we did that, the Board of County Commissioners no longer had 20% of the vote. So with that alternative, we did need to add another seat to the Board of County Commissioners, so they would have 4 votes, that they maintained a minimum of 20% of the voting membership on this board. And then the third alternative that we presented was the one that we had before, but then we also added a seat for the city of Tarpon Springs, as the city of Tarpon Springs has come forward and requested their own seat. So you'll see the differences there. We did have to keep the Board of County Commissioners at 4 seats to keep them above 24%. And then you'll see the breakdown as to the percent of population compared to the percent of votes. However, this is our staff recommendation. And this is the first recommendation that we did present back in March. This continues to be our staff recommendation because it keeps the board membership at a level that's roughly proportionate to the percent of the population that they have. So given all of that, again, that's the staff recommendation that we're presenting to you today. We do need to get a vote from you all so that we can move forward. We need to have resolutions of support from the various local governments before we can submit the plan to the governor for approval. And that plan must be submitted by November. And it does take some time for us to go to each of the member local governments, talk to you and your boards about what's going on and what we're presenting, and to get those resolutions of support. Upon approval by the governor, we will then update the interlocal agreement that establishes the MPO to bring in the new voting structure and the terms and all of that fun stuff. So this will be kind of an ongoing process as we move forward. And with that, I'm happy to open it up to discussion.
Okay, Whit.
I'd like to just introduce this topic a little bit from my perspective.
Briefly.
Very briefly. First of all, I am thrilled that there's a lot of interest in recognition that this is an important body and an important group. And so I appreciate that we have cities wanting to add to their membership or join this board with a full voting membership. What we have really struggled with this. What staff is weighing on this is we have a very cohesive board and have had a very cohesive board for ever since I've been here. And 13 has felt like a really good number for that cohesion. It's streamlined, it's efficient. I think it adequately covers the county. What we proposed and what we recommended with the staff recommendation was an incremental approach to recognize the growth in St. Petersburg and recognize the problem we saw in the 6 inland communities and giving them a little more fair shake at governance. I think Tarpon Springs and Clearwater both make really good points about joining this board. I think what the pros and cons we think about at staff level is it's going to make for a longer meeting to have a much bigger board. It's going to require a little more management expertise. It might limit my time meeting with each of you before the board meetings, but we can work through those things. I have some concerns about having a majority of an outside board on this board. So 4 county commissioners would be a majority of the county commission sitting on this board. And I can tell you as a consultant for 25, 30 years here, there's always been a tension that this MPO was an extension of county planning. It was in the county planning department. That's no longer the case, so I don't think we have the same concerns that we had before 2014 with that, but just something to keep in mind. I think we are okay with a smaller board of 15 or with a larger board, but we would need to have an odd number. I think that's just a best practice. And so I'm open to what the board's will is, but we need to make a decision today, ideally. If we don't make a decision today, we'll have to call a special meeting, probably at our August meeting that we've canceled, just to get this done. There is a larger picture of a regional MPO that is potentially being formed for Pinellas, Pasco, and Hillsborough. It's likely that that could be done, in the next couple of years, but it will not happen this year. It will not happen next year. It just will not. The MOU, the MOU that we are about to sign calls for that in 2027. We would have to have a new apportionment plan. We could probably do it before 2027, but that's going to still face the same limits of we're going to have 25 seats unless we ask for a legislative exemption, and then a lot of our smaller local governments are not going to be on that board. So we're going to have to figure out a mechanism for gaining their input as well. And I think if nothing else, this debate, this discussion has opened our eyes to the need to figure out what are some mechanisms that we can do right now today to ensure that all of our smaller communities are engaged and present and feel like they're part of this organization, even if they may not have a voting seat on the board. So I'll leave it at that and see if there's discussion or a motion from the board.
Okay, I would like to hear from Dan Slaughter from the city of Clearwater. Chelsea, if you wouldn't mind giving up the podium for a moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to share with you some perspective from Councilmember Albritton, who was unable to be here today. He wanted to make sure that his views were shared with it, recognizing he wouldn't have a vote today, but wanting everyone to know what his perspective was. He certainly is very complimentary on how well this board works together collectively to come to consensus when deliberating items, and wishes to also make sure I don't think this reapportionment discussion is a reflection of how this board not working well together. Certainly it does just that, and I certainly enjoyed seeing a very competent staff today. I'm very impressed. However, he does think that the recommendation to move forward with the staff recommendation with 2 seats is not the best option, and that it would dilute Clearwater's representation on the board. Even at the current level where we are reflected at the current structure with 7.7% of the vote percentage, we're already low or disproportionate to our population, our commerce, our registered voters, bed tax, a variety of any other metric you want to look at. The city of Clearwater does recognize, though, that Forward Pinellas and the staff is trying to provide a recommendation to this board, and that every enhancement is going to cause a different problem and certainly has constraints. So it certainly is not in any way, shape, or form a reflection that we are disappointed or unhappy with the board's recommendation. He just wanted me to relay his support for the City of Clearwater for Alternative 2, which is the 17-member board option. That would increase the size of one vote or one board with the Board of County Commissioners, the City of Clearwater, and St. Pete, and believes that that distribution is the most equitable option with regard to population. It would represent us having 11.8% of the percentage, with our population being 12% of Pinellas County. Like I said, it's the most equitable from Councilmember Albritton's perspective. It provides the most flexibility to make sure that jurisdictions are represented. And in summary, we just believe that our size and our impact in the county, that Alternative 2 would be the logical choice. And I appreciate your opportunity to speak, ma'am, on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Slaughter. It's hard not to call you chief, just had to say. All right, and before you walk back up there, Chelsea, there are 2 members, I believe, from Tarpon Springs. If you could figure out which one of you wants to speak on behalf of Tarpon Springs, I'll recognize you now.
Madam Chair, there are also members from the Dunedin Commission wishing to speak today as well.
How many?
2.
We'll tell them to decide between the 2 of them who they want to speak, and we'll hear from one of them.
Yes,
Hello,
ma'am.
Mayor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Long. I don't have much to say. We've had our say over the last several meetings and emails and things of that nature. But I just want to give you an example from just sitting over there and observing today's meeting. You saw Tarpon Springs come up several times today. I saw some other communities come up as well. Communities that had representatives on their board. Those representatives asked questions about the projects that involved them today. Tarpon Springs didn't have any representation here, yet I think we had 3 or 4 projects that I would have liked to have asked some questions, but we didn't have that opportunity. So we've got an active area up in the North County involving Tarpon Springs, but we don't have any representation here. It's active work that's going on here with the Forward Pinellas, but again, we don't have representation here to be able to ask our own questions. I just want to leave you that example of the frustration that we see of not having a seat at the board. Thank you.
Okay, well, I do feel compelled to reflect that there are usually 2 members of the county commission that are on this board that have county-wide presence in terms of the district that they represent. So the answer to the question the mayor raised about no one here that can speak for them, surely I would have spoken for them had I known what their concerns were. And if Commissioner Scott was not absent today, he's another county-wide at-large person that represents, and is Tarpon in your district? And also Commissioner Eggers represents Tarpon Springs. So I would counter that there's quite a bit of representation for Tarpon and the entire county.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
We also have a rotating seat that represents Tarpon.
Okay.
They don't just represent Oldsmar or Safety Harbor. They represent all 3 communities, so they do have representation.
There you go. Okay, so with that said, the gentleman or whoever it is from Dunedin, Tina, that wants to speak, please come forward now. Well,
Commissioner
hello
Jeff
there.
Gow. Can you state your name
Haven't
for the
seen
record,
you
too?
for a while. Nice to see you.
First time speaking before you guys, very intimidating. My name is Jeff Gow. I live at 1140 Mary Jane Lane. I am a commissioner for the city of Dunedin. First of all, thank you all for what you do. This is just wonderful. To respond to your comment real quickly on the amount of people that all of a sudden are finding interest in Forward Pinellas, I agree that it adds validity and strength to the organization, but I also think it ties to the 40-40-20 on what the residents want in the county versus what we're able to do as far as transportation is concerned. And so I think it's an elevation and some insight to what Forward Pinellas needs to do in order to move transportation forward. Anyway, having said that, I'm speaking to you today in support of Dunedin and keeping its permanent seat on the board. In a nutshell, in summarizing, I know that we have Mayor Boljowski, representing the wonderful city of Dunedin. I know that the city of Dunedin has also sent a letter in support of keeping our permanent seat. But I thought it was worth at least summarizing some of the details of that letter. Dunedin's Chamber of Commerce is the most visited chamber in the county. Honeymoon Island is the most visited state park in the state of Florida at 1.5 million people a year. Pinellas County Trail, Dunedin has held the most active portion of the trail since its opening, 45% more users than the next highest counted area in the county. The Jolly Trolley, Dunedin has the highest usage of the entire North Coastal route, and spring training attracts approximately 90,000 visitors to our area. And just in addition to that, even our public library. We are the fifth largest city in the county. Our library is fourth in the number of visitors, only behind Clearwater, who has several branches, St. Pete has several branches, and Largo's, who has one building that is 3 times the size of ours. So Dunedin attracts a lot of people. We are a population of 36,000 residents. We can't have this much activity in Dunedin just by the residents alone. So it speaks to the visitors that are coming to Dunedin and the mayor's previous comments on how they're coming here, and 90% of the residents are coming by car, and they're coming by car because we don't offer any other viable real source of transportation. So with that activity in Dunedin, I just think it's pertinent that Dunedin maintains a stronghold and a permanent seat on the board. And so I'm just here in support of that. So thank you all for your time. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tina, do we have any more comments from anybody?
No, we do not.
All right, I'd open it up to the board. Any comments, questions from any of the boards? Yes, Commissioner Burke.
Well, first I'd like to echo what the chair said about Tarpon. While Tarpon may not have a seat at the table, 3 of the projects that are funded and are going on are occurring in Tarpon, which means what we're doing here is working. The money is going to people that may not be at the table, but it's going to where it's needed out in our county. So I think the Forward Pinellas has been successful and will continue to be successful. And from my perspective, as a board member, you have to trust your staff. The staff knows what goes on. The crew back there has their hand on the wheel. They know what we need to do and what we should do. And I strongly suggest that we follow their recommendation. And I would make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation, which was alternative number 1.
Second. All right, let's get some more comments first. Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, well, in my mind, it's the overriding thing is that in 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, whatever, we are going to have a regional MPO. At least that's my hope, and that's something that I'll be working on for the next few years to try to occur. But to that end, I think more is better. I think we need to have more people sitting in this room than less people. And so I have no problem even upping it from 18 to 19. I think St. Petersburg is underrepresented in alternative 3, and they would get a 4th seat, and it would accommodate everybody's needs. It allows us to grow this board to what I think it will be in 3 years, because we're going to need more input from more people here to give input to the representatives that go to the regional. So I have no problem with more people. There may be some logistic issues that we're going to have to go through, but I certainly support alternative 2 plus Tarpon Springs, but I think St. Petersburg's being shortchanged and they should get a 4th seat. That would make 19 members, and I have no issue with more. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Commissioner Long, now it's open it up to the mayor, so just to include you.
Mayor?
Thank you very much. I like the staff recommendation where we have 15 total seats. I'd just like to make one small tweak to that. I like where we divide the inland communities, but instead of giving St. Pete an extra seat, I'd like to give that seat to Tarpon Springs.
Okay.
So we would still stay at 15.
Yes?
You know, looking at the future here and looking at the regional MPO and seeing where we're going, I tend to see where the additional seats would be supportive of that mission and where we're going. The challenge is from this seat in this being a multi-district or multi-city seat, I'm very intimately involved with the dealings of Oldsmar and Safety Harbor. Those are neighboring cities. I'm not as intimately involved in the dealings with Tarpon Springs unless those issues are brought to me. So to me, having Tarpon at this table is how I plan on moving forward.
Anybody over on this side?
Commissioner Long, just to tie in, Commissioner Burke had a recommendation.
Commissioner Burke.
I had talked about Tarpon being represented in the things that we saw today. So the money is going to Tarpon whether or not they sit at this table. They're getting the funds that they need. And I made a recommendation, which was seconded by Councilor Floyd, to approve the staff recommendation of number 1.
Commissioner Driscoll.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify something. When we had the Tarpon Springs items that we took up today, there was an opportunity for public comment. Did we have any public comment during those items? Because that is the opportunity where anyone can weigh in, offer questions that should be answered, and really have an opportunity to engage and participate in the process. How many spoke during those items?
None.
Thank you.
Point well made, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Eggers' idea is interesting to me, although I do have concerns about that. I believe that one would increase the Board of County Commissioners to 4, which brings then the challenge that Whit brought up.
I just bring it in from a historical perspective. I don't think it's the same situation as it was 10 years ago, because this MPO was within the county planning department, and it reported up that chain of command, and the MPO director was the planning director for the county. So there was a lot of messaging that went out that this is a county organization, and I was a consultant. I was part of that. I heard it a lot.
Okay.
Today, we are a special independent, we're a dependent special district. We're sort of independent. We don't report up the chain to the county administrator or to the county commission, except for the millage. And it does operate much more independently as an organization now. So I'm less concerned about that, but we've never had a majority of another body on this board. So I just bring it up as, you know, a consideration you may want to think about.
Yes, thank you. One example of where that's working actually is PSTA, where we have 4 county commissioners who serve on PSTA. It is not seen as a county board. In fact, it's quite equitable when it comes to those who have a voice on PSTA. And it's driven, there are even citizen seats that are there. So it works there. I think it could work here. And so depending on how this discussion goes, I am in favor of the staff recommendation, but Commissioner Eggers makes a great point that we are moving towards having a regional MPO, and that will happen. The
And before
expansion,
2027.
the expansion of voices makes us stronger and prepare, and I think could better prepare us to transition into that regional body.
I
So-
agree, and I agree with Commissioner Eggers totally in his analysis, and I would like to see us have more in-depth discussion about that, if there's anyone that is opposed to his suggestion.
Thank you. And
Okay, well, we're in discussion, aren't we?
I would point out, and I appreciate that that additional seat, that 4th seat for St. Petersburg would bring us closer to being reflective of our population percentage. I'm interested to see what others have to say on this. I would certainly not want to reduce the number of seats and not have that 3rd seat if we go with another option, because early in the presentation, it was repeated that we must do this based on population ratio. We're already deviating from that by having Dunedin with its own seat, but we have talked through that. I think we can talk through this and get to a place where we can make more room at the table, set perhaps a few more places, and better address our growing county that's growing, by leaps and bounds all the time. And at such a fast rate right now that although I commend everyone who has been representing cities like Tarpon Springs, everyone, everyone who serves on this, who takes all of our smaller cities into consideration when something like today comes forward. We need to have someone's voice here. So I'm glad that we are all taking a larger view, a countywide view, when we're making those decisions. I don't have to live in a city to dive deep, study it, understand what the request is, what the needs are, and make a decision to the best of my ability. As Commissioner Burke pointed out, it worked today. So I know I've given some different points of view. I'm still keeping an open mind, but I think that these two options that were mentioned, that I mentioned, are both situations that I think I could live with and would be really good for Pinellas County. Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner, Mayor?
Commissioner Eggers, can you tell us what your proposal was again?
Well, it simply takes it to 19 members, and the plan number, alternative 3 that you see, it is that plan plus one more seat for St. Petersburg, making 19 the total. So it's alternative 4, which would be alternative 3 plus St. Petersburg with one more
Chelsea,
seat.
does the percentage work still for county commission?
It does, and we're working on getting it up on the screen for you right now.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that.
And while that's
Yeah,
coming up,
I'm sorry, 4 divided by 20 would be 20%, so we're 4 divided by 19 would be higher than 20.
It's 21.1%.
can we have,
Journalism major versus engineering major.
Commissioner Burke, did you have something you wanted to input?
Just a question for clarification. I know we're required to reapportion based on the census this year. Are we prevented from reapportioning if we chose something now and wanted to change it next year?
Say that again, please.
Are we, the law says we have to do it this year, but can we change it whenever we like going forward? Or,
I don't know. I think we can.
Visit it at any time.
Yeah, we can revisit anytime. We are just required to do it as part of the census, and we have a letter from FDOT stating that we have to submit it by this time, and they've given us a bunch of guidance. They wouldn't do that next time. We just have to follow this guidance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what's up on the screen right now, Commissioner Eggers, I believe this is the proposal that you put forward.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That was quick. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Commissioner?
Yes, go ahead.
For me?
Yeah, I'm looking at you, but I was asking the chair. Have you looked at this?
Yeah.
Commissioner Floyd?
Yes.
Yeah, actually,
Hold on. Do you have a question?
Well, I'm trying, okay, do you have any concerns with this?
I don't have any concerns, other than what I said at the beginning, which is a
4
bigger
county
board,
commissioners and a bigger board.
little less time, one-on-one, maybe a little more unwieldy meeting. I don't have a huge concern. My staff might stab me in the back later, but I think we're good.
And seriously, after the meeting today, I can't believe you have the nerve.
No, you're
to say
buying
that.
drinks after this marathon meeting, buddy.
Seriously, Commissioner Floyd.
that was actually my question as well. I came here, supporting the staff recommendation.
So did I.
Yeah, and Commissioner Eggers has suggested something that I think proportionally matches the equity of the staff representation, or the staff recommendation, and so I wanted to hear what Whit had to say about this. I mean, I heard all the concerns about the unruliness. I have a couple of concerns just in that, 4 people from St. Petersburg, that's and then as it is, we have a third right now from PSTA. If we had someone from PSTA, it might be a majority of the city of St. Petersburg. We have 11 people here, and we're missing a few people. Now we have more people who could potentially be missing. I guess I can't worry about that too much because it's their responsibility to be here, and things happen with people. But anyway, I hear some of the issues. I wanted to hear basically from you, but I think that we've kind of done that already.
I think what our staff would say is it's going to create a little more work for us, but you all have been very supportive of this staff and the resources that we need. And, you know, I think we can work through anything. I would rather have people say, you know, I've got a stake. I've got a stake in the decisions that this organization makes. I can make a difference through this organization, and this organization has influence. And if that means having 19 versus 15 or 13, then I think that's a good thing in general. I think we can work through that. And in fact, you know, I've suggested that if this is the direction, this is kind of the way it would have to happen, because I think I'd be a lot less comfortable with an even number board, because I've seen what that can do, and I would be less comfortable with diluting the growth in population that St. Petersburg in particular has had over the last 10 years.
Okay, well, let's see if we have a motion.
Madam Chair, we have a motion with a second on the floor for the staff recommendation.
Okay, well, we can amend it, right? We haven't voted on it yet.
No, it can be amended.
Thank you.
What would be a quorum for 19?
Be 10, right, essentially?
Okay.
It'd be a simple majority.
All right, because I do want to bring another point up that Commissioner Driscoll, Councilmember Driscoll brought up, as well as our other St. Pete person. And I mean this in no disrespect, but I have to say it because it's very true. I know that Tarpon has a pretty new board, right? Like a lot of new people, right? Don't you guys have a lot of new people up there on your council? I think, which is good. I say that, but I was on PSTA for 9 years, and I've been here off and on for 10 years, or 9 years, 12 years, I can't remember. And in every case, we had a really hard time getting our Tarpon representative to attend the meetings on both boards. And so I say that not to condemn, because those aren't the people I'm looking at. I'm just saying we've had a lot of experience with that. And so if we go down this road, I would like to be ensured that we're going to actually get attendance. Because 9 years at PSTA, it was very difficult to get when Tarpon was up. And as a matter of fact, currently now, Oldsmar is representing, and we're told because Tarpon, and this is at PSTA, that Tarpon and Safety Harbor are just letting Oldsmar do it. And here, when we had Tarpon, so I have to say that I think it's important, if we're going to add the seat, that we get the commitment. You know?
So, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
At the risk of interrupting you, our bylaws address that question, that we do have the ability to replace someone if they're not showing up. So there's that should provide assurance.
I just wanted to bring that point forward.
It's a good
That's
point.
all.
Okay, now
Go ahead. No, you're good.
No, I just wanted to go on record. I was, when I came in, I was supportive of the staff recommendation. However, seeing and hearing the conversation that we've had, I would be in support of the proposal that's on the screen now, where we would increase. Shared a lot of the considerations that we had about the quorum of the board. So running the risk of being redundant, I just won't say it. but I've heard everybody, and I appreciate the conversation, and I think this would be a good compromise or a good place for us to land. And so I would be supportive of alternative.
So does the maker of the motion have any desire to amend the motion? to include
He's still
this
thinking it
convers-
over.
What? Oh,
Yeah. You go ahead. You had some comments.
Can I say something?
I'm on the same where I was before that this is what I wanted initially, so I'm for this from the last meeting, so. Yeah, I voted
how
yes
about
for
we
them to
call
be
the
on it,
question
so.
and take a
Can
vote?
I say something?
I'm sorry?
May I say something?
All right.
With this new proposal, I'm concerned that it's heavy on the Board of County Commissions, as Whit pointed out, and also St. Pete. And as Commissioner Floyd pointed out, possibly having a PSTA person from St. Pete, it's a little heavy on that end. And what you made mention earlier, or at the last meeting, about growing too many people on the board. Now we're up to 19, where your staff recommendation was 15, which is still increasing, but a good number. So I definitely have concerns with this new proposal.
Yeah, I mean, there's a space issue, there's an equipment issue, but I think we can work through that. Those have been flagged, as something we need to think about. State statutes limit us to 25 members, and we, at 19, would not even be close to the biggest MPO in the state. They've actually petitioned the state for an increase. I think Broward has 31 members. Yeah, I don't think they have an even number, but yeah. So Broward has a lot. Miami-Dade has a lot. I think Miami-Dade has every one of the county commissioners on their MPO board.
So keep in mind, as we're moving towards a regional MPO, we're increasing numbers anyway. We might as well get ahead of it. That's my thing. So I support Commissioner Egger's plan, the one that's up there. And I asked for a call to question, so can we vote on the one that's up there and then?
No, this would be on the motion of the 15, the staff recommendation.
You wanna
Madam
go
Chair,
back?
may I interrupt? Councilor Burke has the option to rescind his motion, or we need to call a vote for his motion, one or the
Which is what
other.
I am trying to get to. So, Commissioner Burke,
I choose not to rescind. I'd rather call a question.
okay?
Can we say what his motion was again?
Yeah, please repeat your motion.
The motion was to approve the staff recommendation of alternative 1 with 15 members.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Madam Chair, can I have a show of hands for this or a roll call, please?
How about a show of hands for everybody that is voting yes? 3 people. How about a show of hands for everybody that is voting no? The motion on the table fails. Anybody want to make another motion?
Can I make a motion that we go with staff number 3, correct? Or with this number 3?
This is a modified.
Modified, okay. Whatever is on the screen, with them moving the members to number of 19 with what's on the screen.
There you go. Do we have a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded that we vote on the motion on the chart that's on the screen. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed? I think the affirmative have it.
It fails.
It fails
fails.
because it's not a majority.
We need 10.
We need 10. How many did we have?
9.
Are you kidding?
You have 10 to vote or 10 to vote positive?
We have to have a 75% of the voting membership
To do what?
to
Pass it.
pass this. That's another state law.
Well, how many did we have with our hands up?
We had
was-
9.
Yeah, that was 9. We need 10.
Can
We had
do
9,
different
we
math?
needed 10.
Anybody want to change their vote?
I'm not,
What? You're locked into your vote? Which was?
Microphone.
Oh, you're a no,
I'm a no.
right? So now what do we do, Whit?
I mean, absent another motion, we can have further discussion, but I don't know how we get to a solution other than we can default to status quo.
Can we just continue to have dialogue? Can we hear from the folks that don't want to do it and see if we can hear their concerns again and see how they might be addressed?
I think it's too big of a board. I personally think if the staff came with this, I support our staff on that. I don't feel comfortable with the heavy hand of certain boards on there. And I've had discussions with other cities that now are talking about wanting to come here and be members of this board. So we're opening a can of worms where we're now including this. And then I've had a member of Bel Air Bluffs talking about this. So I can't move on that one, so.
I agree, and I voiced my concerns earlier. Yes. May I make a motion for what I discussed earlier?
Before you
this-
make a motion, can I say one thing?
Yes.
So we're concerned about the number, but yet it's still cities. And even though if you have four, I mean, one, you could make PST, can't be a majority, whatever, because there's a lot of people on PSTA that can represent here. So you can change that to where you don't have 5 people from PSTA, or 5 people from St. Pete, no? Okay, I'm just voicing an opinion. I think
Mics,
it's
please.
discriminatory that you don't allow people from Tarpon Springs to be on the board. So you're saying, I just don't want them to be here, so I think that's discriminatory too. So I think that even if you have 4 people, it's still a vote, and we've had a heavy, you have, St. Pete has more and the county commission has more, but the smaller cities are still getting money. So it's not because that they're still county commissioners that are working for their part of their cities. So I'm not trying to alienate anybody by saying that with PSTA, but I do feel like we're discriminating against cities who have they're part of the county. Whether we want to make more desks or not is irrelevant. They're part of this county. So that's the only reason I'm saying that, is that I think the county commissioners that would have 4 votes, the people of St. Pete that have 4 votes are going to do what's right by their areas. I would hope.
Hold on, Commissioner Driscoll.
Thank you. Again, I'll remind everyone that we should be doing this based on population ratio. That is the #1 rule on this, and it's what we've been trying to follow. I do appreciate that this one gets a little closer to being reflective of reality on that. We do have, how many board members do we have absent today?
2. And one of them is a county-wide county commissioner, also representing every city in the county.
And
Run.
so that's one good reason, and because there are 2 people, there are 2 good reasons why I think, since we're at a bit of a stalemate, we should consider having a special meeting to include, there are 2 people who don't have a vote today. And I know that happens, and we could do schedule a meeting, and someone else might not be able to make it that day. But we are, over 4 hours into this meeting today, and we're at a point where I don't think we're going to get to the right solution or to an agreement. So I just want to throw it out there that it might be time to admit that we need to think about this and come back at another time.
Thank you. Mayor Wojciechowski.
Well, I guess first I would say this should have been much higher up on the agenda. This
Thank
should
you.
not have been where it was.
Thank you.
But having said that, I just want to acknowledge David and Michael's concerns. In the very beginning of this process, I would have felt exactly the same way. Really, I would have. And I understand why. Without speaking it, I understand why. But I agree with Councilmember Driscoll. When I look at this and you look at the percentage of apportionment, it is fair to everybody. And if that is the regulation If you look at the apportionment here versus the other one, Clearwater is significantly off. Not even considering Tarpon, they're significantly off, much more than anybody else. And that doesn't seem fair either. So I think if our role is not to worry about the politics of it, right? But our role is, whenever we sit on these regional boards or countywide boards, it's to represent everybody in the county. Certainly our own districts and cities, but to represent everyone. And so I think everybody that's an elected person on this board is going to do a decent job of that because that's their job. So I think St. Pete and the county can represent everybody, and I think that they will. When I look at this is the job we've been given, the apportionment plan, what is required, the percent population versus the percent vote. When I look at that, it's so much closer that it makes sense. So to me, I need to forget the politics part and look at the job we've been given today to do. Does that make any sense to you, Michael and David? Well,
Mike,
it kind of
please.
is. Well,
Mayor
I mean,
Will,
Mike, having a
please.
majority of St. Pete and a majority of the county is what I'm trying to say.
Politics is not involved for me whatsoever. Just like you had said, we're here to represent everybody. I don't like the idea of growing the board to 19. This is a difficult situation for all of us to agree on. When we have 19, then we'll have to get even more people to agree on something else. So I'd like to make a motion to try offer another alternative. We can vote it down, and
I don't think we don't have an
To your
alternative.
point, we are looking at growing a board to 25 members when we get to the regional discussion. So at least with 19, we're kind of sort of moving in that direction. And I understand that, this has been an extraordinary meeting, if I might just say. And we have taken about 3 separate board meetings and shoved them all into one. I kind of sort of have to agree with Commissioner Driscoll that if we're not ready to take a vote to end this discussion now, that we ought to just take a break and come back another day, because quite frankly, some of us have been here since 10 o'clock this morning, and it's just a lot to absorb and be thoughtful and deliberate about it at this point. So that's my thought. No, well, we got to finish this here, please. I apologize, but yes.
I'll really make this brief. The population ratio, I think, is, again, that's the deciding factor for me. Originally, I voted against the staff recommendation when we went with excluding Tarpon, because I was always in favor of adding a seat for Tarpon. And then when the staff recommendation came back saying that we couldn't adjust it because it threw the balance and proportion of the percentage of vote out, that's what influenced the change in my position. Seeing this and the parity that it has with the population, it's a lot closer than any other presentation that I've seen. And growing the size of the board, if population is an indication of how big the board will be, well, we got to look at the population of the county. If the county is growing in people, then the board has to grow as well. And so that's the direction that I'm seeing. It's not just growing the board for the sake of growing the board. We're growing the board because the county population is growing, and we need more people to represent the residents and stakeholders in the county. So that's my point on that. I had those same concerns about the size of board, but it just makes sense because the county's growing, so the board should grow as well. Hearing how the quorum is working on the PSTA is another one of the factors, because I shared that concern about having heavy representation from the county heavy representation from the city, but hearing lived experience from Councilmember Driscoll about the way that it's working in PSTA was one of the things that also gave me comfort in that. The confidence in representation, making sure that voices will be heard, I think it was demonstrated clearly that Tarpon is not losing because there are several projects that are being funded in Tarpon. They're getting funded. That's one part of it. And then the other point about the opportunities for engagement. There's several opportunities for any municipality at any point to engage. Just being on the board is not the only way that you can engage with the Fort Pinellas board. During our previous conversation, Whit committed to making himself available in multiple ways to those who are not at the table currently, but still felt like they didn't have a voice or their voice wasn't as loud as they would like it to be. And I think he would honor that commitment. I think the staff would also honor that commitment. And the public comments another way. So there's several ways that we can engage with this board. And again, the size was my consideration, but then again, the thought about the fact that the county's growing. We can't stay small if the county's continuing to grow. And so those are the reasons that I would support and continue to support this measure. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Mike, please.
Yeah, turn your mic on.
I'm sorry. Can you do the math for one more? The suggestion I made earlier, which is, it's the staff recommendation, but St. Petersburg would stay at 2, and we add Tarpon at 1.
No.
So let's see what the math looks like on that.
So if the BCC stays at 4, which it would have to.
Oh, no, the BCC this is alternative 1. The Board of Commission would be 3. St. Petersburg would be 2.
Yep.
The inland communities are divided.
Would Clearwater have 1 or 2 seats in your proposal?
Clearwater would have 1.
Okay.
This is alternative number 1.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is removing 1 seat, 1 from St. Petersburg, and adding Tarpon.
Okay, so and under that proposal, the BCC would still have 20%, which is the minimum necessary. St. Petersburg would drop to 13.3% of the vote. And then the single vote seats would all have 6.7%. Clearwater would have 1 vote, so they would have 6.7% of the vote compared to 12.2% of the population.
Which is what Clearwater has in that
That
already.
screws with the population of the percent of the vote from St. Pete.
Correct. St. Petersburg would drop to 13.3% compared to 26.9% of the population.
Well, that's not fair.
It's that big of a drop?
Huh? Yeah, I agree. Okay. So where are we?
I would make a motion, we stay where we are.
No, we can't stay where we are.
We have to change?
We don't have to change.
Just we did because of the census.
We have to submit an apportionment plan based on the census.
Well, this is the one that mirrors the,
Chelsea, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is no requirement that we change our apportionment plan. We could say we've looked at it, we've considered it, and we submit to the governor, the same board makeup and constitution.
Correct. If the board feels that the current voting structure adequately represents the county based on the census, then we can stay there.
well, I don't agree with that. And I certainly don't agree with the message it sends to the state. Because that's going to affect funding at
Well,
some level.
then they're going to try to step in too.
Absolutely,
You watch.
they will.
They'll look at those numbers and they'll try to step in. We don't want to do that.
When does this have to be done? What's the absolute last day?
Remind me of the deadline?
We are required to submit a plan to the governor along with resolutions of support from our local governments by November. And those resolutions of support will take at least 2 is ambitious, but probably 3 months to get. So working back from that, I think our drop dead would be August.
So if we can't come to consensus today,
And
what
we're
I
not
would
meeting-
recommend is we schedule a special meeting
Yeah,
at the
we're gonna have
August
to
meeting
yeah,
that we otherwise would have had.
And get the other 2 members here, and then, try to get the 10 votes that way.
I don't think we need a motion for that. If the board wants to meet,
Table
Yes.
We've been discussing that, and I think just to err on the side of caution, if the board could make a motion and a second and vote to call a special meeting.
I make the motion to call a special meeting.
Hold on, Commissioner Driscoll has
sorry.
some.
Thank you, and I'll let you make the motion.
Oh, I don't
so
care.
you
Go
can
ahead.
own
That
it.
makes no difference.
But I was also going to ask, could you please make sure that this is sent to us right away? So that we have this documentation in addition to the other beautiful charts that you sent to us. so that we
Yes,
can-
I'll update the spreadsheet that was sent out, and I'll add this one to it. as
Yeah,
well.
I mean, this one has traction, so we need to make sure everyone has an opportunity to study it, including those who did not have a chance to join us today. I will move that this item be taken up at a special meeting to take place no later than August 31st.
That's going to,
Need a second.
do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm voting for it, but reluctantly, because now we're going to move into when people are
Yeah.
going to be away.
Which I was just going to say, the week of the 7th, I'm away. That week and the early part of the next
We
week.
will send out a poll and see how we can get the most people there.
Okay.
Madam Chair, were there any opposed to calling for the special meeting?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any other items. We can skip.
Okay, so are we ready to adjourn?
I think so.
And on that happy note, we are going to adjourn. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.